in. SV, we got the best mods in the world. SV hit me up. He goes, "You got to roll, bro." I'm like, I'm eating breakfast. Anyway, this is what happened.
Ace? Okay, yes. So this is at least a partial, if not a full, and we're reading this because there are several concurrences here, but it's written by Justice Barrett, which goes against the ruling that I just gave the guidance because she's one of the least junior justices, but she was assigned to write this opinion. And essentially what she says some say that the universal injunctions give the judiciary a powerful tool to check the executive branch, but she says federal courts do not exercise general oversight of the executive branch. They resolve cases and controversies consistent with the authority Congress has given to them. When a court concludes the executive branch has acted unlawfully, the answer is not for the court to exceed its power, sounding very much like they are limiting these injunctions. We know here that they have granted at least partially the stay to these preliminary injunctions, but they say only to the extent that the injunctions are broader than necessary to provide complete relief to each plaintiff withstanding to sue. They say the lower courts have to move expeditiously with respect to each of these plaintiffs. It says the injunctions are also stayed to the extent that they prohibit executive agencies from developing and issuing public guidance about the executive plans to implement the executive order. If you remember, part of this executive order on birthright citizenship, the stay was that the agencies that would be responsible for actually implementing the...
This was a big decision, an amazing decision, one that we're very happy about. This morning, the Supreme Court has delivered a monumental victory for the Constitution, the separation of powers, and the rule of law in striking down the excessive use of nationwide injunctions to interfere with the normal functioning of the executive branch. The Supreme Court has stopped the presidency itself. That's what they've done. And it's been an amazing period of time this last hour. There are people elated all over the country. I've seen such happiness and spirit. Sometimes you don't see that, but this case is very important. I was elected on a historic mandate, but in recent months we've seen a handful of radical left judges effectively try to overrule the rightful powers of the president to stop the American people from getting the policies that they voted for in record numbers. It was a grave threat to democracy, frankly, and instead of merely ruling on the immediate cases before them, these judges have attempted to dictate the law for the entire nation. In practice, this meant that if any one of the nearly 700 federal judges disagreed with the policy of a duly elected president of the United States, he or she could block that policy from effect or at least delay it for many years, tie it up in the court system. This was a colossal abuse of power which never occurred in American history prior to recent decades, and we've been hit with more nationwide injunctions than were issued in the entire 20th century together. Think of it, more than the entire 20th century, me. I'm grateful to the Supreme Court for stepping in and solving this very, very big and complex problem, and they've made it very simple. I want to thank Justice Barrett, who wrote the opinion brilliantly, as well as Chief Justice Roberts, and Justices Alito, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Thomas. Great people. Thanks for this decision, and thanks to this decision, we can now promptly file to proceed with numerous policies that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis. And some of the cases we're talking about would be ending birthright citizenship, which now comes to the fore. That was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for people trying to scam the system and come into the country on a vacation. This was, in fact, it was the same date, the exact same date, the end of the Civil War. It was meant for the babies of slaves, and it's so clean and so obvious. But this lets us go there and finally win that case, because hundreds of thousands of people are pouring into our country under birthright citizenship, and it wasn't meant for that reason. It was meant for the babies of slaves. So thanks to this decision, we can now promptly file to proceed with these numerous policies and those that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis, including birthright citizenship, ending sanctuary city funding, suspending refugee resettlement, freezing unnecessary funding, stopping federal taxpayers from paying for transgender surgeries, and numerous other priorities of the American people. We have so many of them. I have a whole
Hey, are
list.
you
I'm not going to
watching?
bore you, and I'm going to have Pam get up and say a few words, but there's really, she could talk as long as she wants because this is a very important decision. This is a decision that covers a tremendous amount of territory. But I want to just thank again the Supreme Court for this ruling. It's a giant. It's a giant. And they should be very proud, and our country should be very proud of the Supreme Court today. And with that, I'd like you to listen to the words of Pam Bondi. She's an incredible Attorney General. We're very proud of her. And as you know, Todd Blanche is with us, and we have so many others that worked on this case and other cases. And I think they're doing a great job. Pam, please say a few words.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you for fighting for all Americans. Americans are finally getting what they voted for. No longer will we have rogue judges striking down President Trump's policies across the entire nation. No longer. Today, in the 6-3 opinion, Justice Barrett correctly holds that the district court lacks authority to enter nationwide or universal injunctions. These lawless injunctions gave relief to everyone in the world instead of the parties before the court. As the Supreme Court held today, they turned district courts into the imperial judiciary. Active liberal judges have used these injunctions to block virtually all of President Trump's policies. To put this in perspective, there are 94 federal judicial districts. 5 of those districts throughout this country held 35 of the nationwide injunctions. Think about that. 94 districts and 35 out of the 40 opinions with nationwide injunctions came from 5 liberal districts in this country. No longer. No longer. These injunctions have blocked our policies from tariffs to military readiness to immigration to foreign affairs, fraud, abuse, and many other issues. The judges have tried to seize the executive branch's power, and they cannot do that. No longer. No longer. And on immigration, on a side note, today marks 2,711 arrests on these terrorists and these gangs. Total arrest today with HSI investigations. And thank you, Stephen Miller. Thank you to Homeland Security. Thank you to everyone working hand in hand with the FBI on all of these transnational gangs. TDA has been a huge terror to our country, as well as MS-13, as well as Sinaloa cartels. No longer. No longer. These injunctions have allowed district court judges to be emperors. They vetoed all of President Trump's power, and they cannot do that. This has been a bipartisan problem that has lasted 5 presidential terms, 5 different presidents, and it has ended today. We will continue to fight for President Trump's policies. I want to thank the Office of White House Counsel, Dave Warrington. You and your staff have been incredible. Our Solicitor General's office, John Sowers, Sarah Harris, and Todd Blanche and Emil Bovee. Todd's going to say a few words because we've had another major ruling today on transgender books and some other great wins that we've had. But no longer will they have this power in our country. It is the president's authority under his executive branch to do everything to fight for the American people, and he will continue to do that. That's why he was overwhelmingly elected. Thank you.
Thank you. Today's a great day for the rule of law. It's a great day for the Justice Department, and it's one that's been a long time coming and one that every American should have been waiting for with bated breath. And so I echo what the President said and Attorney General Bondi, that the Supreme Court did a great thing today, not only for this administration, but for every American in this country. If not for the injunctions case, we would be here talking about another great decision that came down today, the trans books case, which restores parents' rights to decide their child's education. Seems like a basic idea, but it took the Supreme Court to set the record straight, and we thank them for that. And now that ruling allows parents to opt out of of dangerous trans ideology and make the decisions for their children that they believe is correct. And so we thank the Supreme Court for that. There's been multiple decisions over the past several weeks that just show why this nationwide injunction ban had to happen. For example, what I mean by that is local district court judges issuing decisions that are clearly contrary to law just because they don't like the policy of President Trump. And when it gets to the Supreme Court has to correct it. But that takes time. The Attorney General thanked our lawyers, and I'll do it again. Our lawyers are working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to fight these injunctions and to emergency appeals, emergency stays, going back to the district court judge, asking them to change their view. And so their hard work is really paying off today, but over the past few weeks. We had a stay of an order that prevented DHS from moving aliens to a third country. We had a stay of an order that stopped the Department of Defense from implementing military readiness, the EO that President Trump signed. We had another stay of an order forcing reinstatement of fired executive branch employees entirely within the president and Article 2, his right to do. We had a stay of, as you all know, of numerous DOJ cases. And again, every one of those stays requires a tremendous amount of work and effort by the lawyers and the parties involved, and they should be doing other work. They should be doing the work that the president and this administration demands and has a right to demand, and not fighting these local judges who don't make decisions based on the law. They make decisions because they just simply don't agree with the administration's decision about a policy, and that's wrong. Thank you.
Any questions? Yes, for Pam, please.
Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Attorney General. So as you know, the Supreme Court did not rule on the underlying constitutionality of the president's birthright citizenship order. So what is the plan now? Are you going to try to implement the EO just in states where there isn't a legal challenge?
Yes, so birthright citizenship will be decided in October, in the next session, by the Supreme Court, unless it comes down in the next few minutes. I guess it could come down. I think they're still deliberating right now on some cases. As you heard, we just got transgender books, which is a huge win. But most likely, that will be decided in October in the next session. However, it indirectly impacts us because, as you correctly pointed out, if there's a birthright citizenship case in Oregon, it will only affect the plaintiff in Oregon, not the entire country. So yes, it's indirectly, but that's pending litigation, and we're waiting on that in the next term.
And how concerned are you that the Supreme Court will come back and determine that the executive order is unconstitutional?
Oh, we're very confident in the Supreme Court. But again, it's pending litigation, and that will directly be determined in October, but it indirectly impacts every case in this country, and we're thrilled with their decision today. Peter.
Madam Attorney General, thank you for being here to take our questions. A couple questions to the both of you. The EO had a 30-day grace period before it goes into effect. Is there any thought about trying to make it effective immediately within that period of time?
We're going to follow the law. We're going to make those decisions, and we're going to do what's right in the bounds of the law.
And then the DOJ didn't ask the justices to rule on the merits of the birthright citizenship ban. Just for explanation purposes, why?
Sure, because that's going to come down in October in the separate. This was huge because it's indirectly impacted today. As I said, it's case by case. Let me reiterate, of the 35 of the 40 nationwide injunctions filed against this president, against his executive authority as President of the United States, 35 of them came from Maryland, D.C., Massachusetts, California, Washington. I mean, that's crazy. These 5 districts. So yes, it indirectly impacts us. It will be a separate decision in October. Next question.
Thank you, Mr. President. A question for you, sir. Do you believe this ends the power of the lower court judges to stop your agenda? Do you see this as a full green light for your agenda going forward?
Well, you'd have to really speak to the lawyers about that. But this is really also a decision based on common sense. It didn't work the other way. It was a disaster where somebody from a certain location in a very liberal state or a liberal judge or a liberal group of judges could tie up a whole country for years because their decision would sometimes take years to overturn. We've overturned many of the decisions, but it would take years to do it. And we have to act quickly when it comes to illegal immigration. We have murderers, killers, we have drug dealers, we have what they've allowed to come into our country should never be forgotten. It should never be forgotten what they've done to our country. And we have to be able to act very quickly, and we're going to do that. Thank
And
you.
then Justice Amy Coney Barrett, sir, I know that you praised her and her opinion here in this case. She has taken some heat, though, from some of your supporters who have labeled her weak, a squishy, a rattled law professor. What is your take on that?
I don't
you
know
think?
about that. I just have great respect for her. I always have. And her decision was brilliantly written today, from all accounts. Yeah.
Transgender
Please, go
rulings,
ahead.
Mr. President. What would you say to Americans who fear that this is more and more concentration of power in the White House and the executive?
Well, this
power?
really brings back the Constitution. This is what it's all about. And this is really the opposite of that. I mean, the question is fine, but it's the opposite. The Constitution has been brought back.
Thank you so much, President Trump. Illegal crossings in the border are 0 now.
Zero. Does everyone hear that? Zero.
Trump 2028!
Do you intend, President Trump,
Who's that guy? I like him. He's working the cameras.
with this new reality, President Trump, in the border, do you intend to engage personally with leaders from South America, not only Central America,
Sure.
in order to
I
tackle
do that anyway.
this situation in
I
a
do that
regional
anyway.
way, and if you have a perspective of meeting some
Sure.
presidents from South America, as Brazil, for example?
Well, you see, as an example, not South America, but NATO over the weekend.
Yeah.
They have great respect for our country now. They did things that nobody thought was possible. They took funding from 2% to 5%. Nobody thought they'd ever pay the 2%, and now they're paying the 5%. It's over $1 trillion more a year. Think of that, $1 trillion. Nobody thought that could happen. That's a different group of people, different countries. Yeah, but we get along with a lot of countries. We are respected again. Our country, the U.S., is respected again. Was not respected 6 months ago, I can tell you.
We ask about the big beautiful bill, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Mr. President, you have a deadline coming up on trade in 2 weeks. Which countries, if
On what?
any, on trade, on tariffs,
Yeah.
sir? Which countries, if any, are close to agreements with the administration?
Well, that's an interesting question. We've made a deal with China. We've made a deal with probably 4 or 5 different countries. With the UK was a great deal for both. And we're in the process of making some others. But ultimately, in fact, Scott is here, and Howard Lutnick, these two guys have been doing an incredible job, and the people that work with them have been doing an incredible job. But, you know, we have 200 countries, you could say 200 countries plus. We can't do that. So at a certain point over the next week and a half or so, or maybe before, we're going to send out a letter. We talked to many of the countries, and we're just going to tell them what they have to pay to do business in the United States. And it's going to go very quickly. But some of the bigger countries, so India, I think we're going to reach a deal where we have the right to go in and trade. Right now, it's restricted. You can't walk in there. You can't even think about it. We're looking to get a full trade barrier dropping, which is unthinkable. And I'm not sure that that's going to happen. But as of this moment, we've agreed to that, go into Indian trade. We're going to be trading in China. That's going to come a little bit down the road, but we're going to be trading in China. We have a lot of great things going, and we're getting along with countries, but some will be disappointed because they're going to have to pay tariffs. And we've taken in already hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. No inflation. The only problem we have is we have a Fed guy that doesn't understand what's happening, and it would be great if he'd lower the rate because we'd be able to borrow a lot cheaper. Yeah, go ahead, please. Why don't we keep it on this subject? This is such a big subject. You know what? Trade is so big, but this, I don't know, in a certain way, this might be bigger than trade. I think this is bigger than trade. Yes, please, go
I
ahead.
was wondering, though, if you could...
Go ahead.
Sir, on the transgender ruling, the Supreme Court ruling that parents with religious objections can pull their kids out of public school lessons that use LGBTQ materials. Pam brought it up. Your reaction to that ruling today, sir?
I think the ruling was a great ruling, and I think it's a great ruling for parents. It's really a ruling for parents. They lost control of the schools. They lost control of their child. And this is a tremendous victory for parents. And I'm not surprised by it, but I am surprised that it went this far. It took us to bring life back to normal. So it's wonderful. It's parental. And I kept saying, we will give you back your parental rights. They were taken away, and this is a tremendous victory for parents. Yeah.
Mr. President, if you look at back at the last week, it's been extraordinary in terms of the action in the Middle East. You were at The Hague.
Been a hell of a week, hasn't it?
I'm wondering now if you
It's
believe
been
that
some
Iran
week.
I'm wondering now, sir, if you believe that Iran has given up its long history of ambitions with nuclear weapons, or what you would like to see from them to prove that they do, and what type of meetings is your administration looking for next week with Iran?
So Iran wants to meet. As you know, their sites were obliterated. They're very evil nuclear sites. They were now has been proven. We had some fake news for a little while. The same people that covered the Hunter Biden laptop was from Russia. The same people that did 3 or 4 other Russia hoax.
But on their
No, wait, just listen. They came up with something that delayed the credit that our great pilots and these great what talent that was, and they hit it right down in the spot. 52,000 feet. Think of this dark, no moon, you couldn't see a thing. And they hit the refrigerator door, as they say. That's the size of a target. And overwhelmingly, and it's amazing what was done. We're the only ones that could have done it. And we took out the 2 of the other sites also, in addition to that. We finished them off. That was a very evil intention. I believe that, and again, time will tell, but I don't believe that they're going to go back into nuclear anytime soon. They spent over $1 trillion on nuclear, and they never got it together. And nothing was moved from the site, by the way. To do that is very dangerous. It's very, very heavy material. Those cars were most likely the cars of Masons because they were pouring concrete at the top, at the hatch, as you know, the hatch going into the nuclear site. They wanted to reinforce it, and they had some masons there pouring concrete. By the way, that concrete was obliterated. It hit exactly at the concrete. It was, I don't think it had a chance to dry, but everything's down there. It's under millions of tons of rock. Please. Yes.
Your administration has said that El Salvador is one of the safest countries in the hemisphere. So why haven't you yet canceled temporary protected status for that country? Was it part of the deal?
Well, we'll take a look. We've had a great relationship with El Salvador. They have a fantastic leader. They built a massive prison system. And I don't know exactly why, but it's a hell of a system. And we bring people there, and when they go there, they don't get out. And frankly, when they hear they have to go there, they become very nice people. They become very nice people. It's a tough system, but it's a brilliant system. And it's a system done by a very, very good leader. We'll talk about El Salvador. A lot of respect. Yeah, please.
Thank you. A question for you, and then a question for the Attorney General. As you go into negotiations and talks with Iran, are you demanding not only that there would be no uranium production inside of Iran, but also that Iran would turn over all existing stockpiles of uranium?
Well, you know, we're a little early for that, but something like that, yeah, we'll do something like that. Let me say that I've been saying for 25 years, even as a civilian, you cannot let them have a nuclear weapon. And that's what happened. It's been obliterated. It would be years before they could ever get going. And I really think it's probably the last thing. They have to recover from a hell of a tough war.
Would you also be demanding that the IAEA have full rights to inspect in Iran?
Or somebody, yeah, or somebody that we respect,
And then
including ourselves.
And a question for both the President and the Attorney General. Under birthright citizenship, if this is implemented, who would be tasked with actually vetting citizenship? And how, like, would this be a situation where you have nurses and doctors checking for citizenship of parents, or?
This is all pending litigation. It's going to be decided in October by the Supreme Court, and we'll discuss that after the litigation.
If you have an undocumented baby, would that baby then be an enforcement priority?
The violent criminals in our country are the priority now. Let me put it in perspective. Today marked the 2,711th arrest in our country of TDA members, just TDA. Everyone in this room agrees they are one of the most violent criminal organizations in the world. And the Biden administration let them walk into our country for the last 4 years. 2,711 of them today have been arrested in our country. That is the priority of Donald Trump. That is the priority of this country, of Homeland Security, of all of our lawyers, of FBI. That's the priority. That will be discussed in October when the Supreme Court hopefully rules in our favor, and we're very confident of that. But you should all feel safer now that President Trump can deport all of these gangs, and not one district court judge can think they're an emperor over this administration and his executive powers and why the people of the United States elected him.
I just might add one thing, and they used birthright citizenship, some of the worst people, some of the cartels, to get people into our country, just so you know. And again, I say, if you look at the end of the Civil War, the 1800s, it was a very turbulent time. If you take the end day, was it 1869 or whatever, but you take that exact day, that's when the case was filed. And the case ended shortly thereafter. This has to do with the babies of slaves, very, very obviously. And I think we're going to win. I don't think they went about discussing it right. I came along and we looked and we said, wait a minute, this is wrong. We've been looking at birthright citizenship wrong for years, but they've used it. The cartels have used birthright citizenship to get very bad people in. And what Pam's doing and what Todd and everybody else, what they're doing at DOJ and all over, FBI, ICE, Border Patrol, these are incredible people. They're trying to keep our country safe, and they don't want to have people come in. This is just another way that they get illegal immigrants into our country, and in some cases, very, very bad ones. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. On your tax bill, if I could for a moment, senators are racing to rewrite parts of it right now after the Senate parliamentarian ruled that sections of it were outside of the process that they're using to get this through. Do you think that senators should respect the decisions of the parliamentarian? And what have you personally done in the last 48 hours to try and get Republican senators who are against the bill to a yes?
Who the hell is the parliamentarian?
It's a great bill. It's a massive tax cut. If it's not approved, your taxes will go up by 68%. Think of that, 68, a record, the highest in the history. The Democrats won't approve it only because politically it's so good for the Republicans. The Democrats aren't approving it. But think of what they're not approving. They're not approving border security. We've done a great job at the border, but we have to add some wall. We have to do various things. We have no money for that. We have no money for the border. We have no money for so many things. But if the Democrats, it'd be interesting to see if we get any Democrat votes. We should. If I were a Democrat, I would absolutely, maybe Fetterman, because he seems to be the most sensible one lately. If I were a Democrat, I would vote for this bill all day long because it's tax cuts and so many other things that are common sense. They're basic things. I think they're doing fine. The parliamentarian's been a little difficult. And I would say that I disagree with the parliamentarian on some things, and on other ways he's been fine. But we'll have to see. It's a big issue. I will tell you this: if that bill doesn't pass, the country will get a 68% tax increase. So think of this: you're a Democrat and you vote against it. That means you're voting in favor, because essentially you're voting in favor of the largest tax hike in the history of our country. And you can't do that. In addition, we're cutting costs by $1.7 trillion, and it won't affect anybody. It's just fraud, waste, and abuse.
Mr. President, a leading global economist just did a 180 and says your tariff plan, you may have outsmarted everybody with it. What is your message?
I love this. I love this question. This is the favorite. This is the best question I've ever been asked, because I've been going through abuse for years on this. Because as you know, we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, no inflation whatsoever.
Mr. President, what is your message to critics who think your tariff plan will cause a recession?
I think they should go back to business school. It's so obvious. It's so obvious. I mean, we're taking in billions and billions of dollars from China and a lot of other countries. We took in, I had a call from somebody in the House and a high official. Sir, we have a problem. We don't know what to do. The books are a mess. I said, what do you mean by the books? The books, the money coming in. It's so terrible. I figured, oh boy, what's this? I don't like this question. I said, so what seems, there's so much money coming in, and there must be some kind of an accounting mistake, because we have hundreds of billions of dollars more money than we thought. I said, do me a favor, go check call me back. You have to call me back. Check the tariff column. Calls me back 2 hours later, says, you're right. We took in $88 billion in tariffs. They have so much money coming in. But more important than the money coming in, we have companies coming in, factories coming in, auto plants being built. AI is being built here instead of being built all over Europe and Asia. We have all of it. We have over $15 trillion, just about, Scott. I think we're right about that number. We went to Saudi Arabia. We went to Qatar, we went to UAE, very smart people, very smart leaders, great leaders, and we took in $5.1 trillion just there without the tariffs. I mean, they also liked a thing called November 5th, November 6th, and November 7th. That was a very good little period of time. It's called the presidential election. You know, you used to have one-day election, now you have it go over it. But even if you just took that little period, because it was pretty obvious it was going to be a landslide. And they like that, but they love the tariffs. I had Texas Instruments come in the other day, big company, and he said, we're putting in $60 billion into new plants and new equipment, new everything. Sir, you're going to keep the tariffs, aren't you? Because if I ever took the tariffs off, and we are going to absolutely keep it. And they're worried that somebody that, like this communist from New York, someday gets elected. I can't believe that's happening. That's a terrible thing for our country, by the way. He's a communist. We're going to go to a communistic state. That's so bad for New York. But the rest of the country is revolting against it. But if somebody got elected, they're afraid that if this was taken off, well, we're going to guarantee it's never going to be taken off. And again, we're taking in think of this, hundreds of billions of dollars. And they were all confused because they've never seen this before. You know, it's always the other way. We don't have enough money. So much money is coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen. But most importantly, we have factories being built, car plants being built, companies moving to our country like never before. If you look at 15 trillion, and that's only in a few months. You know, I haven't been here that long. Presidents, like the last one, was a disaster. He's the worst president in the history of our country, by the way. What he did on our border can never, ever be forgotten. To me, that's the worst of all the things. And he's done some terrible things, grossly incompetent. Nobody knew it was him because I don't think it was him. I think it was whoever was controlling the auto pen. But our country is doing great. And those leaders and other leaders I just left, as you know, a large group of the most highly respected people. And that includes big countries. When you look at Germany and France and Spain, although Spain didn't come through, but they will. By the way, guaranteed they will. That was the only country that sort of tried to hold back on putting up the money. But just so you know, they said, it's unbelievable what's happened to the USA. You were a dead country. We didn't respect the country, the leader. You were dead as a doornail. One said to me, you went from being a dead country. You are right now the hottest country anywhere in the world. The whole world is talking about the USA, and everybody wants a part of it, and they're pouring into our country, and you're going to see those numbers. Thank you for that question. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question about trade. Secretary Bessent has said that he hopes tariff deals with major partners will be done by Labor Day. So if some deals are not done by your July 9th deadline, will some countries' tariffs go back up, or will they stay where they are now?
Well, there's some countries that are used to ripping us off, to be honest with you. And I don't want to name them, but you sort of can name them. And they're so used to just, taking it billions and billions of, look, we had a trade deficit of more than $1 trillion. Think of a trillion, a trade deficit. That's because nobody cared. We cared a lot when, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariff. We had the greatest economy in history up until now. I think we're going to blow it away. But during my time, and especially prior to COVID, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. I think we're going to blow it away now based on the kind of numbers that we're seeing. But some countries are very angry because they've been ripping us off for years. They've been making billions and billions of dollars. There was nobody to negotiate with. They could do whatever they want. They charged us tariffs, by the way, at numbers that we've never seen before. And we ended up losing much more than $1 trillion a year. $1 trillion a year on trade. And now they're being met with a force that's far greater than them, and they don't like it. So they're upset because instead of making, $5 billion, they're going to break even. Or they'll make a little bit. I want to be nice. They'll make a little bit. Or we'll make a little bit. It's a big difference. Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead. Red dress.
On the 2020 election, is there any more information on the special prosecutor? So many Americans still have questions about the 2020 election. And speaking of rogue judges, would you consider appointing somebody at DOJ maybe to investigate the judges that allowed for the political persecution of you, your family, and your supporters during the Biden administration?
I love you. Who are you?
I'm Kara from Lindell TV.
Well, it's just a very nice question. And it's not a setup. I have no idea who you are, but I appreciate that question. All I can say is we're not here for that. I hope so. I hope they're doing a thing because that election was rigged and stolen, and we can't allow that to happen. You know, a lot of people tell me, sir, you just won the greatest election in the history of our country. You won at numbers that won all 7 swing states, won the popular vote, won everything. Sir, go on with your life. And many people that say that, good people, friends of mine, then you have people that say that same thing, go on with your life, but you have to find out what happened because you can't let that happen again. Look at what this lunatic did. Look at what he did. He opened our borders to people that were murderers, 11,888 to be exact, murderers. And we've captured many of those murderers, and we're bringing them back, or some of them are so dangerous that we don't even want to bring them back. We're afraid they're going to try and come back in. But he allowed people to come into this country, people from mental institutions, insane asylums, that's a mental institution on steroids, people from mental institutions, gang members, drug dealers, people, jails being emptied out into our country. Venezuela emptied out almost its entire prison population into our country. But I don't want to blame them. Many countries have done that. The Congo, you know, we have a great press conference coming up later, and it's the Congo and Rwanda. You know, they were fighting for years, and it was machetes, it was vicious, it was as vicious, people's heads being chopped off. And I have a man who's very good in that part of the world, very smart, and put them together, and we're signing a peace treaty today. First time in many years they're going to have peace, and it's a big deal. You know, we talk about Russia, and we're working that one. President Putin called up, and he said, I'd love to help you with Iran. I said, do me a favor. I'll handle Iran. Help me with Russia. We got to get that one settled. And I think something's going to happen there. But we did some great work. India and Pakistan. That was going to be maybe nuclear. We did that. We did a lot of work. I don't know if there's ever been a president that's done much more. Serbia, Kosovo was going to go at it. Going to be a big war. I said, you go at it. There's no trade with the United States. They said, well, maybe we won't go at it. That's what happened with India and Pakistan. I was negotiating with both of them, and I said to Scott, I said to Howard, cancel all deals with India and Pakistan. They're not trading with us because they're in a war. They called back, what do we do? I said, look, you want to have trade with the United States, it's great. But you want to go and start using nuclear weapons on each other? We're not going to allow that. And they both agreed. Both have great leaders. They both agreed not to do it. So we did a lot, but I appreciate that question.
Sir, on peace deals, can I follow up with you? Sir, can I follow up on peace deals?
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank
please,
you, Mr.
Orange.
President. Thank you, Mr. President. I was just speaking with Senator Ron Johnson on the One Big Beautiful Bill, and he says he really wants to get to yes for you and get this accomplished.
He does. He's a good man.
But he also said that he needs more time, and he is not certain that the July 4th deadline is
Well,
possible.
then he's not such a good man.
Because there's too much work to do.
He's a good man. Ron
How
Johnson's
important-
doing a good job. He's very committed. Every Republican senator is committed. And, you know, you could have a couple of grandstanders, in all fairness. You could have somebody else. And it's very dangerous because our country would go from being the most successful country in the world to who knows what happens with a 68%. Think of it, 68% tax increase. That was given by the Democrats because they like high taxes. I don't know what happened. You know, all my life, I'd grow up and I'd watch politicians talking. I'd say, oh, that's fun. And they were always saying, we will cut your taxes. We will cut your tax. I never heard it. They say, we will raise your taxes. And they elect people like this guy in New York that maybe has a chance. I find it hard to believe, but he maybe has a chance. They want to raise your taxes. So they want to see a 68% tax increase. That's more money than anybody could afford. You'd go into a depression if that ever happened. So I think there's a lot of pressure to get that approved.
President Trump,
How important is the July 4th deadline to you? If the
It's important. It's not
deadline's
the end
till
all.
August?
It can go longer, but we'd like to get it done by that time, if possible. And look, we have a lot of very committed people, and they feel very strongly about a subjects that you're not even thinking about that are important to Republicans. The problem we have is that it's a great bill. It's a popular bill, but we'll get no Democrats only because they don't want to vote for Trump. If they if that bill was their bill, oh, they would be so happy. It's so great for our military. It's great for everything. And they would normally vote, but because their hatred of Trump, they have Trump derangement syndrome at levels never seen before. And instead of voting for a tax cut, they're voting for a tax increase of 68%. They're voting to destroy Social Security, destroy Medicare, and destroy Medicaid. And we're voting to make them perfect and to make them better, make them stronger and better. They're going to destroy Medicaid, and they're going to destroy Medicare, and Social Security will follow. If you vote for the Democrats, you're dead on those three things.
Thank you, Mr. President. On a related subject, many Democrats have said that they are not going to support crypto bills in Congress only because of you and your family's personal crypto ventures. And these votes are in some cases needed to pass. Are you open to the idea of pulling away from your personal crypto ventures just for the next few years if that helps get these crypto bills passed in the next few months?
Well, it's a very funny thing, crypto. So I became a fan of crypto, and to me it's an industry. I view it as an industry, and I'm president. And if we didn't have it, China would, or somebody else would, but most likely China. China would love to. And we've dominated that industry. It's a big industry, by the way. In fact, when the stock market went down recently, crypto and Bitcoin and all of that went down much less than anybody else as a group. And we've created a very powerful industry, and that's much more important than anything that we invest in. We invest in it, but really that was an industry that wasn't doing particularly well. I got involved with it a couple of years ago, and before the second term. I got involved before I decided to run. I only decided to run because I saw what was happening, and Biden was incompetent, and the administration was crooked and incompetent. And I was in Bitcoin then, not knowing if I was going to do it a third time. So it's become amazing. I mean, it's the jobs that it produces. And I notice more and more you pay in Bitcoin. I mean, people are saying it takes a lot of pressure off the dollar. And it's a great thing for our country. So I don't care about investing. You know, I have I have kids, and they invest in different things. They do believe in it. But I'm president, and what I did do there is build an industry that's very important. And you know, if we didn't have it, China would. Okay.
Sir, Mr. President,
go ahead. With the glasses, gentlemen. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, are you going to cut funds in the sanctuary states, like, for instance, California, that keep supporting illegal immigration, and then these people work under
Yeah, we're
the
giving them
table?
a hard time.
And also, in a foreign policy
I
question.
mean, they don't have a governor in California. They have a man that wants to give away everything to people that nobody's seen before. If we didn't go into Los Angeles with the military, which did a fantastic job, but if we didn't go into Los Angeles bringing in the National Guard, I would have brought the military if it was necessary, because you have to. We have the right to. That was another thing upheld by the Supreme Court. But if we didn't go in with the National Guard and be strong and tough, you wouldn't maybe have Los Angeles. It would be like the rest of California, the rest of Los Angeles. They lost 25,000 houses in a fire. They should have lost none. You know, I sent the water down. I had to break into their water supply because they just refused to do it. They're crazy. There's something wrong with them. They have plenty of water. They don't have droughts or anything. They have we let it come down from the Pacific Northwest. They routed all the water out into the Pacific Ocean for environmental reasons, okay? And now you have 25,000 houses, none of which would have burned down if you had the water. They didn't have water. They didn't have water for the fire pumps. They didn't have water in the sprinkler systems that people put in. So the answer is we're going to work with governors. We're going to work with radical left Democrats and Democrats, and we're going to make it good for everybody. We'll have to stop the crime in those, in the case of the cities, I think I can say just about all cities with heavy crime are run by Democrats. Go ahead. Yeah, with the glasses.
I'm with Iran.
Go ahead, yes.
International.
Yeah, no, the man behind you, yeah, please.
President Trump, Anthony Mashhad from Amphibia, Lebanon. I want to ask you regarding the threats posed by Iran's allies and proxies operating in the U.S. They were threatening your life. So what do you say about that? And regarding the Lebanon, because Hezbollah is as well part of Iran's allies, is there any time frame in Lebanon regarding disarming Hezbollah in Lebanon?
Yeah, Lebanon is a great place with brilliant people. You know, it was known for the professors and doctors and had an incredible history. And hopefully we can bring it back again. I just appointed a friend of mine who's Lebanese, and I didn't know he was Lebanese. I've known him for 20 years, very, very successful man. And I just appointed him. And I said, why would you want that? He said, because I was born there, I was raised there, I love it. I love it so much. I said, it's very dangerous going to Lebanon as ambassador. And he said, that's what they say, but I don't care about danger. I mean, this is a guy that is just a very big business guy. He wants to give up his whole life to go to Lebanon because he believes in it so much. We're with Lebanon all the way. We'll try and straighten it out. Threaten my life? Yeah, they have threatened. I get that throbbing feeling every once in a while. Get that throbbing feeling, but you know what? That's okay. This is a dangerous business. What I do is a dangerous business. I tell the story of the car companies and different people and different professions you have. Race car drivers, as an example. 1/10 of 1% die. Bull riders, 1/10 of 1%. That's not a lot, but it's people die. When you're president, it's about 5%. If somebody would have told me that, maybe I wouldn't have run. Okay? This is a very dangerous profession. Yeah, please. By the way, so many questions. Should we keep this going, Pam? Or not? This is the opposite of Biden. Biden would take a half a question and he'd leave without answering it. Go ahead.
On Iran.
You tell me when it gets boring. Okay.
If Iran.
Are you from Iran?
No, I'm not from Iran. I'm from the UK. But if the intelligence reports conclude that Iran can enrich uranium to a level that concerns you, would you consider bombing the country again?
Without question, absolutely.
And have you had any conversations?
Turned out to be unbelievable. But, our incredible flyers and I call them the shots. These guys are unbelievable. Think from 52,000 feet, they hit the equivalent of a refrigerator door. They actually hit it right in the center, so it's much smaller than that. And just bomb after bomb going deeper, deeper, blowing up. Incredible, incredible thing. I don't know if you heard the general. He was very impressive. Raisin Cain. He's the one that beat ISIS for me. And he did it in a matter of weeks. And I was told it was going to take 4 or 5 years. And when I got this job, I always said, if I get this job, I'm going to put that guy as the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And Dan Cain, and he, when I heard his name was Raisin, his nickname is Raisin Cain. I said, you got to be kidding. So I liked him right from the beginning. But he knocked out ISIS in a time that nobody ever thought possible. And when this attack was completed and so successful, I said, now I know how you knocked out ISIS so quickly. But we have the best people. We have the best equipment in the world. I rebuilt the military during my 4 years, during my other term. We have the best equipment in the world. The problem is we gave away, a lot of it, but small, relatively speaking. We gave a lot of it away to Afghanistan. Shouldn't have happened. That just shows how incompetent they were. They gave all that equipment away, billions and billions of dollars worth. Shouldn't have happened. But that was small compared to what we have. Now we have a great military with great people. Okay. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, congratulations. A couple of very different questions. One is Rwanda, 1994. As you grew up in New York, we all knew how horrific those attacks were. Congratulations on that treaty. There are talks that perhaps...
That's going to take place today at 3 o'clock in the Oval Office. We're going to have a signing with Rwanda and the Congo. So I'm a little... out of my league in that one because I didn't know too much about it. I knew one thing. They were going at it for many years and with machetes. It is one of the worst wars that anyone's ever seen. And I just happened to have somebody that was able to get it settled. I mean, just a brilliant person who is very comfortable in that part of the world. It's a very dangerous part of the world. I said, are you uncomfortable there? People are being killed. School children are being raided and killed. And I don't even want to say how, but as viciously as I've ever heard. Are you uncomfortable? No, that's the part of the world that I know. Very comfortable. Was able to get them together and sell it. And not only that, we're getting for the United States a lot of the mineral rights from the Congo as part of it. They're so honored to be here. They never thought they'd be coming to. Look, this is a very tough part of the world. They never thought, they were just telling me, they never thought they'd ever be coming to the White House, and they're so honored. And so we're going to give him a great big reception, but that's after many years of fighting. It's a great thing. That's at 3 o'clock, I believe.
Sir, are you concerned at all about secret nuclear sites in Iran? You talked about maybe just
Secret nuclear site?
Yes, that there might be some that
Not
are
really.
radar.
Can I tell you? They're exhausted. And Israel's exhausted too. And I dealt with both of them. And they both wanted it settled, both of them. And we did a great job, but they're exhausted. The last thing they're thinking about right now is nuclear. You know what they're thinking of? They're thinking about tomorrow, trying to live. It's such a mess. It's such a mess. The place was bombed to hell. And no, I'm not worried about it at all. And I'm putting out a little statement. I'm going to respond to the Ayatollah's statement yesterday that we won the war. Oh, God, we won the war. And I said, look, you're a man of great faith, a man who's highly respected in this country. You have to tell the truth. You got beat to hell. And Israel was beat up too. They were both beat up. And it was a great time to end it. It was quick. They got the hate out. There was a lot of hate, a lot of hate. It would be great if they didn't have that hate. But the last thing they're thinking about is nuclear weapons right now. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Iris Howe with NTD Research Media with the Epoch Times. Thank you
Good.
so much for doing this. It's
Sure.
very refreshing for all of us here.
It's a good
I believe,
group.
in this room.
It's refreshing.
Very refreshing. Yes, we haven't
Probably.
had this in for the
I understand what you mean.
So thank you so much for coming out here.
Other
to
than
talk to us.
Caroline's done a great job. Right?
Yes, sure.
You're referring to the past administration,
Yes,
not to
yes.
Caroline, right?
Yes. Back to the ruling today, if you don't mind. So you have always talked about winning for the American people.
Right.
How do you think today's ruling will enable you to further deliver for American families and workers across the country, not only when it comes to immigration, but also when it comes to trade, energy? What actions are you most eager to move forward
Well, I
with
think
now?
taking power away from these absolutely crazy radical left judges is a tremendous. This is such a big day. This is such a big day. It's like it's sort of sad because we're doing the signing at 3 o'clock, and this may very well dominate the signing of a big war that was going on and really affecting the continent of. Think of it, the entire continent of Africa was being affected, and we're settling that war today, and this will probably be a headline. But this is a very big moment, and it gives power back to people that should have it, including Congress, including the presidency. And it only takes bad power away from judges. It really doesn't take power. It takes bad power, sick power, and unfair power. And it's really going to be, this is a very monumental decision. Yeah, please.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you very much. On July 9th, is that July 9th date set for tariffs to snap
No.
back? Or could there be a...
We can do whatever we want. We could extend it. We could make it shorter. I'd like to make it shorter. I'd like to just send letters out to everybody. Congratulations, you're paying 25%. He doesn't want. He's a much nicer person than I am. Go ahead. You finish it up.
Who are you considering for the Federal Reserve then? And are you speeding up that process? I see Secretary...
Oh, he's terrible. He's terrible. I mean, I have a list of things. We're like 38 on the list. We pay, Cameroon and different places are paying the same as us. Because, you have somebody sets a rate at 4% or 4.5%. It's hard to go out and say we should be paying 1% when you have your so-called experts doing that. And the sad part is, as per the question that you asked about tariffs, we've had the tariffs and we have less inflation than we had before. What we have is a hell of a lot more money, a hell of a lot more income, and we shouldn't be paying a rate like that. In other words, when we pay a rate, I'll tell you, each point is the equivalent of $300 billion. So if we had it down 3 points, because I think we should be at 1, you have Switzerland is at 0.25. In other words, 25% of 1%. And they're the number 1 right now. But we should be the number 1. And soon you're going to have, I think, you're going to have where the people will pay will pay, like we had a few years ago, where you put up money, you loan money, and you actually, instead of paying, you get paid. I love that. I don't know if it's any good, but I love it, where you put up money and you get paid. But we should be in a category. So we should be at the top of the list, not toward the bottom of the list. But we have a man who's not a smart man. And he probably has Trump derangement syndrome. And he's just not a smart person. What he's doing, though, he's hurting us for years to come. Because if we borrow money at 2 points higher than we should be paying, that's $600 billion. Wouldn't you say those numbers are about right, Scott? So it's 2 points would be about 600, actually more than that, but about $600 billion, all because the guy doesn't want to lower the rates. He's doing the service, a very disservice, and then he goes up and talks about, I'd like to see costs come down. You know, he gets up and he does his little thing for 5 minutes, then he goes out and he goes back to the beach. He goes, I'd like to see costs come down. Well, he could lower the interest cost by $900 billion a year. All he has to do is lower rates. And everybody's saying, I was watching some of the business shows today, and they're saying, you know, Trump's right. He should really be cutting. The country's doing well. We have no inflation. Now, despite him, we're doing great. But if we got the rates down, we would be a rocket ship. So I think that'll be it. And I just want to thank everybody. This is a really big day. We've had a big week. You know, we've had a big week. We've had a lot of victories this week. NATO was a tremendous victory. The war was a tremendous. Look, we were talking about this for 30 years, about Iran being nuclear. And all I said is it will not be nuclear, and it's not going to be nuclear. And, you know, I want to give credit to a lot of people, most importantly to our great military. Boy, they put out that fire. Once that happened, once those bombs got dropped, that war was over. That war was over. But I just want to compliment them. Incredible. The general and all of his generals. Pete Hegseth was great. And now I want to compliment Pam. A lot of genius went into this. You know, people, if you don't say it exactly right, if the Supreme Court doesn't get it because it's incorrectly spoken about, and that happens. A lot of cases are lost because they don't say the right words. But I want to correct. She's going to go down as a great attorney general. I may change my mind about that. I don't know. Maybe someday I'll have call and say I was only kidding. She's going to go down as a great attorney general. This was a tremendous win, and we've had tremendous wins, but this was a tremendous win today. So I just want to congratulate you and Todd and your whole staff. Very brilliant people, and we can't forget John Sauer.
That's right.
Who is with. There's a medical emergency within his family, so he's taking care of that, and we said absolutely. So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Sir, can cause a ceasefire deal?
This is the Jeff Bezos on this wedding weekend.
Sir,
Thank you, Mr. President.
thank you, sir.
So President Trump spoke for a little over an hour. He was right on time. Well, not right on time, but he got out there and spoke for an hour. And of course the press, they try to divert away from stuff that's important. And I understand why they're diverting today. Because their team has been getting pounded. Almost as bad as Iran. It's been ongoing. They keep getting beat. And today was a full knockout punch. Don't let anyone in the media try to tell you otherwise. Don't let any trolls or libnuts try to tell you otherwise. Let me tell you why this was such a flipping knockout punch. And it's probably something that people aren't putting together for you. But before I do that, let me show you what everybody who has thought that Amy Coney Barrett wasn't on Trump's side. I want you to see how bad she spanked that idiot Ketanji Jackson. She wrote this in the opinion. She goes, "We will not dwell. We're not even gonna even take into account what Ketanji Jackson, the Autopen SCOTUS, is saying, which is at odds with more than 2 centuries worth of precedent, not to mention the Constitution itself. We observe only this: Justice Jackson decries an imperial executive while embracing an imperial judiciary." She basically said, shut up. Go sit in a corner, be the DEI, go make me a sandwich. You don't even know what you're talking about. That's how bad. When you get spanked like that by Amy Coney Barrett, you need to just go away and slither. I mean, it's that bad where Amy Coney Barrett steps up and goes, oh, ouch. That's how bad it is for the liberals. You pissed off Amy Coney Barrett. It's just amazing what happened. And then listen, I got this one for you. All right, so The whole birthright citizenship, because I saw a couple people, oh, it's not been resolved. Well, sort of it has been. Let me tell you why. They have kicked the can on that and made, like she said, Pam Bondi, they might rule on it in October. And at this point, it doesn't matter if they rule on it in October or even whenever. Because the fact that the local district court judges can't stop Trump. So it doesn't matter if Supreme Court ruled on it because he's already said we're not going to acknowledge birthright citizenship. Boom, we're going to get rid of these people. And then they ran to the court, and when they ran to the court, the district court judge said you can't do it across the country. Nope, we're not going to allow it. Today's ruling says, no, you can't do that. The district court judges cannot overrule the president. You can only rule based upon the specific plaintiff that is tried to sue. So what's going to happen is they're going to try and get as many lawsuits in as possible, but those things are going to be forever. And since it's already in, let's say, New Hampshire, you can't do birthright citizenship in New Hampshire. Good luck. Maybe all of them will run to New Hampshire. I don't care. Go ahead, run to New Hampshire. Maybe you run to New York. Good luck. Have at it. But the other states now, Tom Homan can just round them up. Let's go. Get out. It's amazing. Mario Nawfal put this out. Supreme Court greenlights Trump plan to end birthright citizenship. In a 6-3 ruling, you know who the three were, the court narrowed nationwide injunctions, giving Trump a major win on his plan to end automatic citizenship for U.S.-born children of non-citizens. This is immense. The decision means the policy can now advance in most states despite being blocked in some states like New Hampshire. The court didn't rule on whether the policy itself is legal, only that the judges can't freeze it nationwide without clear standing. All right, so digest it, because I saw some people saying it wasn't a win. It is a win. They're like, we're not even going to rule on it except for the fact you can't stop him. That's pretty much the same thing, right? But yeah, since they can't stop me, that pretty much means I can do it until they rule otherwise. If they rule otherwise, when they rule otherwise. But as of right now, load him up. You can't stop him. That's what the big difference is. Barrett claimed courts exceed their power with sweeping blocks. Sotomayor fired back, no right is safe in the new legal regime that the court creates. The court didn't create it, honey. See, that's what the problem is with the libs right now. They're thinking the court did this. No, the court looked at the Constitution. The Constitution created this. That's the big difference. Even Sotomayor was worried about, this court is... No, this court's looking at something called the Constitution and saying, you can't do this. But liberals like to say the courts have ruled against them because they don't acknowledge the Constitution. That's the big problem. All right, let's continue with what Mario said here. Trump's plan defies long-standing interpretation of the 14th Amendment, which grants citizenship to all persons born or naturalized in the United States. Look what it said. Long-standing interpretation. Well, up until, last year, Roe v. Wade was interpreted a certain way. It was overturned. The interpretation that goes depends on who's interpreting it. It does not say this is the law. It's like we feel that this is the way to do it, and then you get new judges in, and like Roe v. Wade, that stood for nearly 50 years, it got flipped on its head. So, how big of a ruling is this? Well, he's going to be able to ramp up deportations. That was approved. There's no stopping him from doing that. Birthright citizenship, there's no stopping him right now in specific states. And if these little nuts get out there and start protesting and rioting, he can bring in the military and shut it down. I want you to understand the brilliance. mea culpa. I didn't think that Pam Bondi was doing anything. Now we're seeing the results of what they've been doing for the last 5 or 6 months. The breadcrumbs are easy to follow. Like, wait a second. You challenged birthright. You challenged all the stuff about deportation. You challenged LGBTQ stuff being put in school. You challenged the ability to put the military in cities. And you won them all. Mea culpa. Salute Pam Bondi. Absolute salute her. Anybody right now, including some of my friends on X, you guys got to fess up. You were wrong. I was wrong. I knew she was good in South Florida. I knew she had the bones. She could do it. Now you're seeing it. In as little as 6 months, the entirety of the liberal agenda has been brought to its knees. And it took them 5 or 6 months, and now it's like they're sitting naked out there. There's nothing they can do. There's no, understand this, understand it fully. At this point, it's likely they are just laid bare with no weapons per se. And their army, the orcs, the newcomers, are going to get out. What does that do for 2026 and 2028? Well, the more of these people who have to leave, the less people they're going to have available to, do the stuff they do in elections. And so, in itself, well, Pam's not doing anything. Now you sit back today on June 27th, and you're like, oh my God, all of this happened. All of this happened, and it all culminated today, even to the fact of the LGBTQ stuff not being rammed down kids' throats. And we're only 5 months in, people. They're not done. Think about it. They're not done. This little parliamentarian doesn't look like President Trump's even worried about her. She's going to get steamrolled or fired, one of the two. It's incredible. If you study the law, you see what's happening, and you're like, oh man, this is going to be something just out of this world. Jack Poso says the Supreme Court has published an opinion that includes a section explaining that Ketanji Brown can't seem to understand the legal arguments being made in the case. Sit now and think that you're Obama and you're the puppet master on all this stuff. Which rocks are you going to hide behind right now? They're becoming very, very small. You may have had a wall before, but now the ability for him to hide, or whoever it is that's calling different shots, is going to be very hard. You've rendered their judges on the Supreme Court completely feckless. They've got nothing. You've rendered Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, and the rest of them feckless. They got nothing. And now we're seeing the media absolutely break down. I didn't plan on this show, but thankfully they became such idiots. I was allowed to pull in some content that I didn't think I'd be using today. Let me show you this. This is the full-on meltdown going on MSNBC and the liberal networks right now.
Not able to issue nationwide injunctions.
Okay, thank you. Stand by, and I know you want to dig into the case, so we'll let you do that. Julia, I'm going to bring in Lisa Rubin. You just pulled it up. What are we learning?
We're learning today that the court, by a 6-3 majority, Anna, has decided to stay the injunctions partially. They're saying that they will grant the government's application for stays, but only to the extent that the injunctions are broader than necessary to provide complete relief to each plaintiff was standing to sue. And let me go back a second, zoom out for a second if I can. One of the questions here was, if the court was going to stay these injunctions, how were they going to do it? Were they going to say that each injunction could only apply in the district where it was entered? In 2 cases here, those districts were actually statewide, the District of New Jersey, the District of Massachusetts. But the other question was, or could you limit it to just the plaintiffs in these particular cases? Remember that 2 of these 3 cases are brought by states. So how this changes that result, what does it mean then when the individual plaintiffs who have standing to sue are states? Does that mean that we're going to get sort of a patchwork result, as one of the attorneys general, Matt Platkin of New Jersey, described to me in an interview earlier this year? Does that mean that citizenship could be conferred solely by an accident of birth? And he described to me a situation where a citizen or a resident of his state gives birth over a state line in Pennsylvania, for example. What happens if a New Jersey resident gives birth in Pennsylvania? New Jersey is a plaintiff to these cases. Pennsylvania is not.
I can tell you the answer to that question. Move. Yes. So what you are going to see, and it's easy to see what their next ploy is. You're going to have people trying to give birth in the cities that are protected. So if you're about to bust and have a baby, you're probably going to try and run to New Hampshire and have a baby there, because in New Hampshire it's still, you're protected with your birthright stuff. This is going to get very expensive for Democrats. Logistics alone. Okay, there's somebody pregnant in, Miami, who's now got to find a way to get themselves to New Hampshire, have a baby there. All the documentation is going to follow that shows you just tried to evade the law. Oh, this is a nightmare for liberals. It's over for them. Essentially, you're going to have to uproot people, different populations, and probably move them to areas that are still okay with it right now. They're still okay, but that still doesn't stop him being able to deport everybody. So they're in quite the quandary. I am sure they will huddle and come up with some stupid solution, but it's not going to be something that will help the amount of people.
Child to 2 undocumented immigrants is born in Pennsylvania. What is the result with respect to that person's citizenship? These are a bunch of questions that are now going to result. But at the very least, we are going to see a circumstance where the president's executive order curtailing birthright citizenship is going to effectively be allowed to be implemented in certain states, but not in others. Okay, so
I'm sorry, I live in Florida. I'm okay with that. I'm okay. You wanted it, you got it. You were a sanctuary city, you were a sanctuary state. Guess what? You get to do. You get to take care of all these people. I'm sorry if you live in one of these blue states, you are about probably to get inundated. They're going to have to move there while the good people move the hell out. Remember I told you, I've been saying it, we're in a civil war. Most people don't realize it or don't want to accept it, think it's dramatic and hyperbolic. We are in a civil war, and now it's going to become even more apparent. We're going to see a split like this. You have to go to some place where you feel comfortable that you won't get sent down here to Alligator Alcatraz, because now there's nothing to stop them. And so people are going to try and hide in these havens. Just think about it at this point. He can deport anybody, anywhere, anytime, and no district court judge can even stop him. I want that to sink in. They cannot run to these courts. They would have to file at the Supreme Court level, which means it could take years. The Supreme Court's not going to take any emergency thing because somebody's being deported. That's what the district courts were going to do. And now they can't stop it nationwide. They have to do it on a case-by-case basis. This didn't clog or hurt the wheel. They took the wheel off the wagon. The wheel is now off the wagon, and this wagon is trying to figure out a way. Meanwhile, the easy way out is just leave. Seriously, just get on an airplane and just go. We'll give you $1,000. Get out. But you're watching the destruction of the Democrat machine. It's like the Hindenburg. It's burning in the air and falling, and nobody has any water to put out the fire. There's literally nothing they can do at this point. And it's only 6 months in. It's going to get worse.
So Leah Littman, what does this mean for Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship? Is it now in effect in certain places, just not in the places that initially were where these cases were brought?
So unfortunately, that is going to be worked out by the lower courts on remand, because what the Republican justices decided is as to the individual.
No. It wasn't the Republican judges. Quickly, how MSNBC and their panelists try to sway things. It was the Supreme Court. It wasn't the Republicans. It was the Supreme Court. They're trying to diminish the judgment at this point already.
Plaintiffs who filed suit, courts cannot award them nationwide injunctions. That is the only thing courts can give these individual plaintiffs, is a determination that their children would be United States citizens. But as to the states that challenge this executive order, the Supreme Court says, we are not deciding whether a nationwide injunction is necessary to provide the states with complete relief, and therefore they send the case back down to the lower courts to make that determination initially. Now, that doesn't mean the executive order is going to go into effect immediately. The executive order indicates that it contains a 30-day period in which the administration will create some sort of guidelines and process to figure out how it will be implemented. And during
this 30-day process, these are people on television, these are attorneys talking and everything else. I want you to imagine this. You're a man, a wife, and you're looking at this and going, how much, is this really worth it? I mean, should we keep trying to stay here or should we leave? You want to keep jumping through these hurdles to help the Democrats? Is this what you want to do? You want to look over your shoulder everywhere you go, at a grocery store, at a mall, your husband's at work. You want to keep doing that? I love what the plan here is. The plan here is put maximum pressure to the point where the ones who aren't complete criminals, you still got to look over your shoulder. What kind of life do you expect for even the baby who was born? Or the wife you have to take care of, if everywhere you go, you have to wonder, are you coming home? Or are you going to get shipped to Alligator Alcatraz? So if your quality of life is so bad that you can't even be certain that you're not going to be collected up anywhere you go, why would you stay? Well, the only reason they've stayed thus far, and this is also the next thing, the only reason they've stayed thus far is because Democrats have given them the creature comforts. You get to stay in hotels. You get all kinds of money. We'll give you EBT cards. We'll feed you. We'll make sure you get money every single month. They just been making, hey, why wouldn't I take that? Anybody would take that. Well, most people who don't have any ambition would take that. And they're getting all the stuff, all the perks. But slowly but surely, the perks of staying and being a potential Democrat voter are disappearing. And now you got to sit there and think, this isn't what I thought it was going to be. Kamala and this babbling fool, Joe Biden, said we were going to get money and free places to live and free cell phones. And now you're realizing it's not that much different than where you came from. Because you're not going to be able to work. Wait till they start hitting the employers up. So you're not going to get any jobs. You're not going to get free stuff. You're not going to get free medical. So much for trying to have a baby that's not from here. If all those benefits are going and you have a chance of going to jail, maybe it might be best for you right now to tell your friends, pack up and get out. These people in the media, they're not going to help you. So I'm speaking to you right now as a man. If you're a man and you got a wife and you're wondering what you should do, talk to Homan's boys. Say, listen, I was wrong. I'll leave. I want to get on the list to come back. Can I do that? Yeah. All right, just here's your plane ticket. Here's $1,000 and step. The Democrats can no longer help you.
the oral argument, the Solicitor General said their position is that 30-day period had not started because the lower courts had enjoined the executive order before it went into effect. And so therefore, there will be at least a 30-day period before the executive order is allowed to go into effect. And again, during that period, it's likely that lower courts will be determining whether the states, in order to remedy the harms that this order causes them, can receive nationwide relief. I just want to note the Democratic appointees' strong dissents in this case. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson calls the court's decision.
You notice how they always pivot to that? Hey, let me just tell you what the losers had to say. There's a reason why when they go into losers' locker rooms in a game, it's pretty much inconsequential to the point where they hardly ever show anymore. What do you want to see people sitting around crying and moping? But MSNBC, okay, I just want to highlight what the losers said. Again, if you're a newcomer here, that ain't going to help you. You knowing what the losers had to say doesn't help your plight right now. It's a waste of your time. Your freedom is at risk. 30 days. Okay, hold on, 30 days. We might be able to do something because the losers on the Supreme Court said this or that. They're going to promise you the world because please don't leave. Please, please, please don't leave. We need you. We need your body for the census. We need you to vote illegally. They're not looking out for your best interests. Go home. Or wherever you need to go, but you can't stay here. That's what we're trying to tell you. These people have been lying to you for quite some time. And obviously, they're going to continue lying to you.
Existential threat to the rule of law. Justice Sotomayor's dissent says no right is safe in the new legal regime the court creates. She calls the court complicit in a grave attack on our system of law. The reality is the Supreme Court's Republican justices took away lower courts' single powerful tool, the most powerful tool for reining in the Trump administration.
That's your problem. They didn't take away the lower court's tool to rein in President Trump. They stopped them from breaking the law. If it's illegal for district court judges to try and step in and take over the country by usurping the president, all they did was say, no, you can't do that. It's against the law. I don't give a crap if you thought it was a great tool for stopping President Trump, which that's all it was. Everything with these people in law, it's tools. It's an agenda to try and stop Trump. Notice what she said there. That's very important when you listen to what these people say. They took away a very effective tool to stop Trump. She didn't say they took away a very effective tool to help these people stay in America. Again, if you're listening and you're not from here, that was her focus, her words. Their idea was to stop Trump. They don't give a crap about you. You're the tool. You're the actual widget that they were using to try and stop Trump. You've been played. That's all. Played.
And holding them accountable to the law.
Chuck, let me get your reaction. This sounds like a giant win for the Trump administration and could likely trigger chaos now across the country.
Trigger chaos in the blue states. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. I know I stop a lot because I have to, because of what they say. You have to listen what the words that they're saying and how they say it. I want to show you something. You want to hear some of this chaos? Let me show you some of the chaos that's happening right now. Massive chaos going on. Markets are exploding. S&P 500 hits new record heights. Everything is green. Look at the chaos. Look how that chaos is affecting you right now. Your chaos is actually profitable for you. This chaos is actually going to provide prosperity for you. one of the biggest, I was going to cover this in the show, but I guess this is the show at this point. Oh my goodness. One of the economists who bashed the tariffs has now said, I think Trump played us all. Yeah, he said that. This is just fun.
Let me address the second point first, Anna. And since you have Leah and Lisa on, I'm not sure why you would ask me anything. They're both way smarter than me, but it strikes me.
You're all brilliant.
Well, I'll prove otherwise in a moment, Anna. But it strikes me that now individual plaintiffs in almost 100 separate federal judicial districts can seek individual relief. If a federal district court judge in Seattle can't enjoin nationwide President Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship, but could only do so in the Western District of Washington where he sits, then similarly situated plaintiffs, women who would give birth to a child who would otherwise be a U.S. citizen, could bring suit in Maine and in Vermont and in the Northern District of Florida and everywhere in the country. And right now you have, in my view, binding Supreme Court precedent from an 1898 case that says these women would win. This is a procedural decision from the Supreme Court. It's not a substantive decision on the underlying executive order. It does strip from federal judges, Anna, a lot of power that was exercised increasingly over the last 2, 3, 4 decades against presidents of both parties. And it was clear to me from the argument that a number of the more conservative justices were going to go exactly this way, that they were opposed to this notion of a single federal judge having nationwide injunctive powers. They didn't like the notion of judge shopping, that an aggrieved plaintiff would bring a case in a district that best suited him or her. But will there be more chaos? There'll be more cases, Anna, and whether or not you think of that as chaos, I'll leave that to you. But I think more individual plaintiffs will bring more individual cases seeking similar relief.
Well, the reason I asked Chuck about the chaos is I'm trying to envision a situation in which you have to have a case, you have to bring your own case in order to get the relief, right? So if you are a person who is in this country right now in a state that wants to enforce Trump's executive order banning birthright citizenship, and you're an immigrant and you have a child, what does that mean for this child in that state compared to what it means for a child who's born in another state?
Right. So right now, arguably, children in certain states, and I think this was Lisa's point, have protections that children in other states in 30 days may not. And I take your point, Anna. It's going to require other plaintiffs to come forward and to seek injunctive relief. It doesn't mean everybody in the Northern District of Florida or in the Western District of Texas or in the Eastern District of New York has to file a lawsuit. But it does mean that lawsuits have to be filed in all of these jurisdictions because you.
So he just gave you their next plan. Their plan is to flood the zone with as many lawsuits as they possibly can, which is going to drain their banks. Their donors are going to have to keep doing all these things over and over and over, every single person, and dragging these newcomers into lawsuits across the country. Can you see the logistical nightmare of this? In addition to everything else, now they want to use these people as pawns to try and somehow keep this going. So they're going to drag little Jimmy, I won't use a racial name, use Jimmy and say, Jimmy, we need you to sue this so we could. Whereas Jimmy, you better start thinking about your future and your future with your family. They don't care about you. They're telling you straight up. We just need to figure out a way so we can just keep doing this. They're not going to stop, but this is going to make it extremely hard for them, and it's going to make it extremely hard because they don't even have a basis at this point. These people are desperate.
No longer, at least according to the Supreme Court, for individual plaintiffs, have nationwide injunctive relief available to similarly situated plaintiffs, similarly situated mothers and their children. And so, yes, it invites a lot more litigation in a lot more places, and I think perhaps fairly characterized as more chaos.
Kemi, even Justice Kavanaugh asked during the oral arguments, what do hospitals do with a newborn? What do states do with a newborn? Justice Gorsuch pointed at the patchwork problem that this could create. Leah, is there any resolution that is within this opinion that you're reading through?
I think this opinion is going to create additional legal questions for lower court.
Okay, so they don't have the answers. They will try over the next couple of, weeks or whatever to try and come up with something. They figure, in their mind, they're thinking, well, we got 30 days. We can figure this out in 30 days. We just need to drag these plaintiffs all across the country. We need to expose them to ICE. They are not thinking about these individual people. The one thing I wanted you to get from that clip is they are not at all talking about the interest of the actual newcomers. That's a misnomer. It's complete BS at this point. And now they're going to be struggling. How do we sue? Who's going to be the plaintiff? How do we get these people? The quality of life is just gone. I can't imagine what you're doing to the life of these people. Simply because now you have no way out and you're trying to figure out what to do. Well, let me show you this next piece. I think this is the same lady. All right, so this is on CNN.
I just want to get your sense on this, because in this particular case in Montgomery County, Maryland, which is right outside of where we are right now, Washington, D.C., these public schools, the elementary kids, if the teacher wanted to read something, have them read something about LGBTQ plus individuals, their parents, in this particular case, whether Muslims, Christians, or Jews, if they were very religious and were opposed to LGBTQ, they could say that their kids did not have to listen to the teachers.
So what this decision says is that parents have a right under the Constitution, if they have a religious objection to these particular texts, right, not to pull them out of the class entirely, but the students don't have to read these books or the like. It'll be up to, I suppose, the school districts in the first instance to figure out how to implement this. This is not a surprise, this decision out of a conservative court that has been moving to expand free exercise rights substantially in recent years. I think the real question is, how broadly is it written? How broadly does this precedent now sweep going forward? It's not so much just about the opt-out rights from this particular book or that particular book, but does this include, for example, instruction on evolution in scientific classrooms, in high schools, in public schools? And that we'll have to read the opinion to find out to some extent, but that's the real sort of underlying stakes here.
Again, just like with the deportation stuff, it's about the agenda being saved, not about the good and how the kids are being educated. They don't care about the kids. Oh my gosh, the agenda. We can't ram this stuff down people's throats. Parents can actually say, hey, I don't want my kid hearing about this. I don't want my kids being, subject to somebody talking to them about butt plugs. That's not what they're saying. To me, that exposes the sickness of the Democrat Party, and now you're seeing it on display, and they don't even realize they're doing it. She didn't mention what was good for the children. What is good for the child, the student? Nope, we're not going to be able to talk to them about this stuff. Oh my God, what are we going to do? Little Johnny's not going to know what a butt plug is. This is really, really crazy. I mean, this is how the law actually was. People are interpreting. The Supreme Court ruled parents are allowed to opt their children out of being indoctrinated with LGBTQ propaganda. And so, let me see if I can't pull this down so you guys can hear this too. This is from Shannon Bream as she's talking about that law. And it's just, I think what really angers me, I'll use the word anger. The thing that angers me is in both instances, they're not talking about the individuals that they supposedly care about. They're not even looking out for, what would these people actually be, how would they actually be affected? Well, pretty sure if my grandchildren don't hear about the stuff in, I don't want to say the word again, you know what I mean. They're not affected at all. Who actually is affected by you not bringing in Drag Queen Story Hour? Who's affected by you not telling us what that flag over there means? Who really is affected? You think little Johnny and Sally care? No. They want to eat, sleep, poop, and play with video games. It doesn't affect their lives whatsoever. Whose lives does it affect? It affects the Democrat agenda. And that's the problem they're having. Let me go ahead and show you this by Shannon Bream as she's talking about it. And as you watch news today, if you turn into any of the news, I want you to, actually understand what you're hearing. So you can pick up, find out the first time you hear them talking about children or the newcomers and how it affects their quality of life. They don't give a shit. They don't care. It's the agenda that's damaged at this point.
Regarding religious liberty and whether parents should be informed and be able to opt their children out from reading books in the classroom that go against their faith. Shannon Bream is at the Supreme Court. We were watching for this one. What's the verdict?
We were, Dana. So this brought together a coalition of parents of different religious faiths and backgrounds who said there used to be a rule in this particular school district that would let them know when there were books that dealt with issues that may be in conflict with their religious faith. Well, so many parents were opting out that the school board and the school district quit doing it. Well, 6-3 today in a decision by Justice Alito, they said these parents have earned at least a preliminary injunction. So while this case plays out, they said the board has to notify them about a book that's in question or anything similar so that their kids can be excused if it's in conflict with their faith. He says, as we've explained, without that, parents are left this choice, either risk their child's exposure to burdensome instruction or pay substantial sums for alternative educational services. Because at one point, Justice Jackson during the arguments had said, why don't they just go to a different school? Why don't you put them in private school or homeschool them? Justice Alito and others saying that's not practical for a lot of people. The dissent by Justice Sotomayor, joined by Justices Kagan and Jackson, says today's ruling threatens the essence of public education. She says it's not about bringing kids together to learn about a particular faith, but a range of concepts and views that reflect our entire society. Exposure to new ideas has always been a vital part of that project until now. The dissenters didn't think that the parents should get the opt-out. Justice Alito and the majority say they should.
I don't care. They're losers. Doesn't matter what they think at this point. This is a glorious day for conservatives, and it's nothing but a decimation for the people on the left. Their pillars are falling apart in front of them. In addition, I wanted to show you this. Let me see if I bring this up. President Trump, you know about that 30 days they're talking about? Here's what he's going to be doing in this 30-day period. This just got posted. Trump is terminating temporary protective status for over 500,000 Haitians brought into the country by Biden. You got 2 months to leave the country before ICE rounds you up. There's your 30, 60 days. Leave. It's coming. Big victory for America, especially the good people of Springfield, Ohio, whose town has been inundated by these people. Notice, this was posted at 1:09. It just got posted. They are not waiting. I bet you see a flurry of activity today. Now, President Trump has this thing with the Congo. Oh, before I do that, he also just posted. I want to bring you that as well. Let me get to his. I believe he just posted. Somebody told me he just posted. Little birdie tweet to my ear. Yes. Okay. So he posted twice. He talked about Jonathan Turley, that the judges are well past their authority. Yeah, I can show you that. Hold on 1 second. He's on a roll. This is going to be epic. And it's Friday, too. And all this stuff is happening on Friday. He posted a 46-second video from Jonathan Turley. He says the Supreme Court is agreeing with the Trump administration that these judges are well past their authority. Then President Trump hit hard at the Ayatollah Assahola. Why would the so-called supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, of the war-torn country of Iran say so blatantly and foolishly that he won the war with Israel when he knows the statement is a lie? It is not so. As a man of great faith, you're not supposed to lie. His country was decimated. His 3 evil nuclear sites were obliterated in capital letters, and I knew exactly where he was sheltered and would not let Israel or the U.S. Armed Forces by the force. He saved him. I saved him. I didn't want you to be dead. And he does not even say, thank you, President Trump. In fact, in the final act of war, I demanded that Israel bring back a very large group of planes which were headed directly to Tehran looking for a big day, perhaps the final knockout. Tremendous damage would have ensued, and many Iranians would have been killed. It was going to be the biggest attack of the war. During the last few days, I was working on possible removal of sanctions and other things which would have been given a much better chance to Iran at a full, fast, and complete recovery. The sanctions are biting. But no, instead, I get hit with a statement of anger, hatred, and disgust. And I immediately drop all work on sanction relief and more. Iran has to get back into the world order flow or things will only get worse for them. They are always so angry, hostile, and unhappy, and look what it has gotten them. A burned out, blown up country with no future, a decimated military, a horrible economy, and death all around them. They have no hope, and it will only get worse. I don't know how it gets worse if you have no hope. I wish the leadership of Iran would realize you often get more with honey than you do with vinegar. Peace out. So right now, President Trump is feeling his oats. I mean, just, he's got to be, who am I going to do? Who am I hitting next? No, he's not going to, no, I'm wrong. He's not saying that. He knows who he's hitting next. He's had 4 years to think about it. You guys who watched the movie with me last night, you realize he was done very wrong. And for 4 years, he's had the ability to plan and strategize and know exactly what he's going to do at any moment. And now, here we are. Here we are. What a day. It's Friday. It's supposed to be slow news day. I was supposed to be doing one show and taking the day off, but nope, here we are. So, I do have something for you because I have Mark Mitchell coming up, Mark Mitchell from Rasmussen. He's going to be here at 2:30. But I do have something you guys can watch because, again, this wasn't supposed to be a full show. It was supposed to be, you know, an interim show in terms of, no, it wasn't even supposed to be an interim show. I wasn't supposed to be here until 2:30. I was going to start with talking to Mark Mitchell. So, let me take some comments before I jump in. Trump sees the truth for what it is. Yes. Wow, $1,000 and a good chance of coming back is a great deal at this point. What percentage of this group, in relation to the U.S. population, they should sign permission forms first, their children to be pulled out of, yeah, get out. Yeah, actually, Barry, you're so appreciated. Thank you, Amby. I'm glad you guys liked that movie last night. It was pretty intense. Call me slow, but I'm trying to figure out last night's movie. We'll have to have a debriefing on that. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. I didn't get, okay, I'm late. I didn't get a notification. Realize the reason why you didn't get a notification is because there was no time to notify. I was sitting here working with Robin as we were shipping out more Bibles as we normally do in the morning, and I get a text from SV and said, are you watching? I'm like, no, he's going live in 5 minutes. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And so I had to stop what I was doing and just hit the button and go live. And I didn't have time to post and let everybody know it was coming because he didn't know it was coming. He got the ruling from the Supreme Court, and everything else then just goes by the wayside, and we have to do what we have to do. So, because I have to plan for Mark Mitchell's interview coming up at 2:30, I do have a ceremony I'd like to show you. And this ceremony I was going to do on its own, but I don't feel like stopping and coming back. And so Mark Mitchell will be here at 2:30. In the interim, I want to show you a ceremony that took place yesterday that I'm pretty sure none of you have seen, or maybe this many people have seen. It is an amazing ceremony. it may bring tears to certain people's eyes. And amazingly, Democrats and Republicans came together to celebrate this godly ceremony that was held yesterday. I don't know if it was in the White House or in the Capitol building, but it's simply amazing. So I encourage you to watch this, and then I'll be back on live at about 2:30 with Mark Mitchell. We're going to be talking about all this stuff. So please bear with us. No, not bear with. I think you're really going to enjoy this ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our honored guests, United States Army Ranger veterans of World War II, Joseph J. Drake and John M. Wardell, accompanied by the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of Veteran Affairs, members of the United States Senate, members of the United States House of Representatives, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Chief of the National Guard Bureau, Mr. David Fitzgerald, Colonel Rustin Necessary, Mr. Ron Hudnell, and Dr. David Williams. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Speaker of the United States House of Representatives.
Ladies and gentlemen, Secretary Hegseth, Secretary Collins, members of Congress, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, and honored guests, welcome to the United States Capitol. We're so grateful to have you here today. And we gather on this momentous occasion to honor some of World War II's greatest heroes, the United States Army Rangers. Thank you so much. This band of brothers is so deserving, and this day, to be frank, is long overdue. They formed the spearhead of American special operations in the Second World War. And today we express our most profound gratitude for their courage and contributions with the highest honor that this body can bestow, and that is the Congressional Gold Medal. We are deeply honored to have here with us today two of these Ranger heroes. With us today is Sergeant Joe Drake, right here in front of me on the front row. Sergeant Drake, yeah, thank you. Sergeant Drake faced down the frozen tundra of Ardennes, where the 6th Ranger Battalion helped to turn the tide at the Battle of the Bulge. And from the legendary 2nd Battalion, we have Private First Class John Wardell, also with us today. John deployed to Normandy just days after his battalion breached Hitler's Atlantic Wall at the cliffs of Pont du Hoc. And I should also point out that in just 2 weeks, Mr. Wardell will celebrate his 100th birthday, so that's another big... Also watching from home are 3 more of these American heroes whom we honor today. Major General John Ron Jr., Private Cecil Lisk, and Private First Class Edward Steimer. We salute you all. Thank you. Thank you. I would invite you all to take your seats if you'd like to do that. Thank you. Because we have really an incredible program for you today. It's fitting for this great honor. In 1942, under the command of Major William Darby, 473 men formed the 1st Battalion of the U.S. Army Rangers. The day these men arrived on the rocky shores of Northern Ireland, the fate of the free world was sealed. The Rangers came from every corner of American life. There were welders and waiters and factory hands and musicians. They were ordinary men called to extraordinary valor, who stared death in the face and by the grace of God achieved the incredible and defended freedom. These were men of steel who, with fighting knives tightly in hand, fought back with everything they had. They were America's best. From the first shots of Dieppe to the shores of Sicily to the bloody waters of Omaha Beach, the Rangers led the way as America and the Allied powers clawed back the continent of Europe. And in their courage, all Americans found something to be proud of, and the free world found reason to hope. Today we take to heart the words of Calvin Coolidge when he said so well, quote, "The nation which forgets its defenders will itself be forgotten." We will not be guilty of that. Today we remember some of America's fiercest defenders, and we remember their service and sacrifice, and we remember that every day that we rise in a free nation, free to speak and to pray and to live unafraid, we enjoy the fruits of liberty paid for by men like these. God bless you all for that service. Thank you for being here, and I hope you all enjoy the ceremony. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the presentation of the colors by the United States Army Color Guard from the 3rd United States Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard, the performance of our national anthem by the United States Army Band, Pershing Zone Brass Quintet, and the retiring of the colors. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the invocation delivered by Chaplain Captain Melbourne G. Howard, 2nd Battalion, 75th Ranger Regiment, United States Army.
Before I pray, I will read for you select verses from Psalm 18. Of David, he states, I will love you, O Lord, my strength. The Lord is my rock and my fortress and my deliverer. My God, my strength, in whom I will trust. My shield and the horn of my salvation. My stronghold, I will call upon the Lord, who is worthy to be praised. So shall I be saved from my enemies. For who is God except the Lord, and who is a rock except our God? It is God who arms me with strength and makes my way perfect. He makes my feet like the feet of a deer and sets me on my high places. He teaches my hands to make war so that my arms can bend a bow of bronze. I have pursued my enemies and overtaken them. Neither did I turn back again until they were destroyed. The Lord lives. Blessed be my rock. Let the God of my salvation be exalted. Please pray with me. Holy Father God, you are good, you are great, you are wonderful, you are mighty. Thank you for your boundless grace, your perfect peace, your unending patience, your almighty love, and the gift of the cross, Lord God. I beg your Spirit to rest in this place here today as we honor these Rangers. I praise you that when the tides of evil threatened to overwhelm the world, that you taught the hands of these men to make war and gave them victory over the enemy. Lord God, that you would continue the Ranger legacy by calling and equipping Americans to its rigors. Father, I ask peace for our nation, but if the foe will have none, that you would impart upon current and future Rangers strength for the battle, perseverance in pursuit of the enemy, and a crushing victory over those that would threaten our nation. Lord God, please bless these Rangers, the 75th Ranger Regiment, the Army, and the United States of America. I beg and I pray all this in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Marionette Miller Meeks, United States Representative from the 1st District of Iowa.
You don't stand behind the podium for very obvious reasons. But on this occasion, I'll have the courage to do what two men before you, and the ones who are not here, and the ones who have passed away did almost 80 years ago today. General Patton said, "Courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is the ability to persevere and look fear in the face." Before us, we have gentlemen who looked fear in the face, who persevered, and who had the moral courage to continue when so many others lacked it. Because of you, I grew up looking at you as my heroes, as many of us have done. You did not make any haste or delay in climbing Pontotoc or going into battle, but unfortunately, Congress, as is typical, has long delayed this Congressional Gold Medal to all of you. We salute you, we congratulate you, we enjoy our freedoms and liberties today because of you. God bless you, thank you for your service, and this is long overdue.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Jason Crow, former United States Army Ranger and United States Representative from the 6th District of Colorado.
Good morning, and thank you to all the distinguished guests, most importantly, my fellow Rangers, past, present, and future, joining us today. Our nation's story is a nation of struggle, a nation and a story of striving, of always coming up against seemingly insurmountable odds, of being against the ropes. But then despite that, Americans, individual and collective, coming together and saying, nope, not today, and making it happen. The morning of June 6th, over 80 years ago, those Rangers of 2nd Battalion and 5th Battalion were in that position, scaling the cliffs of Pointe du Hoc, pinned down on the beaches of Omaha Beach, not knowing how to go forward. When the commander of that unit at Omaha Beach knew what to do, he looked around, saw himself surrounded by Rangers, and he said, "Rangers, lead the way." Those simple words, and those men charged into the breach and pushed through. Our nation always encounters struggle. And it's never customs, traditions, departments, institutions that save us. It's Americans that decide they will lead the way. And it's in that spirit, along with my fellow co-sponsors, Senators Ernst and Duckworth and Representative Miller Meeks, that we said that today we have to come together and honor that spirit. That regardless of what we face, regardless of how insurmountable the odds will be, Americans will draw inspiration from those heroes whose shoulders we stand upon. And once again, and always, Rangers will lead the way. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Tammy Duckworth, United States Senator from Illinois.
Good morning, everyone. I am so grateful to be here today, celebrating a group of warriors who personify the term honor, a group of heroes who redefine the word valor. Private First Class John Wardell, Sergeant Joseph Drake, all of your fellow Rangers watching from home, those who could not be here today. America is what she is today because of the blood that you shed in combat zones. Our children grew up with the rights they deserve because of the sweat that poured down your faces, everywhere from the beaches of Normandy to the jungles of Burma. Your sacrifices were the currency that America paid to defend our freedoms. There are not enough words or medals in the world to properly express our gratitude for that. All we can simply say is thank you. But we will remember. Remember that with every cliff you scaled over Omaha Beach, with every piece of shrapnel you took along the Belgian border, with every human being you freed from Buchenwald, you, the greatest generation, didn't just teach us to be great. You taught us to be good. Good soldiers, yes, but also good Americans, good citizens of the world, never shying away from a challenge because it seemed insurmountable, never using fear as an excuse to avoid doing what is right. True as ever to your motto, you Rangers led the way, and for that, the rest of us will forever be in your debt. When asked what kept him going in the face of the battle, Private First Class Wardell, who is here today, said that it was his buddies. He said he knew he and his buddies were highly trained, that no matter how bad things got, that they would always look out for one another. The footsteps of Rangers' boots may have long washed away from the shores of Normandy, but I just want you to know that your legacy, your commitment to mission, to each other, to country, will live on. And it is our job in these buildings here to make sure of that. And you have my word that we will. I just want to say one last time, thank you for everything. You are my heroes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Joni Ernst, United States Senator from Iowa.
Thank you, and welcome today to all of our distinguished visitors and guests. Mr. Secretary, thank you. Chairman, thank you. Especially to our Rangers, Ranger Drake and Ranger Wardell. Thank you very much for your presence. This is for you. I was blessed to become part of the Ranger family in the early 90s. And it was then, having spent time between Hunter Army Airfield and Columbus, Georgia, there at Ranger Regiment, where those Rangers in the audience will understand Ranger Rendezvous, and how Rangers came together to celebrate the past, the present, and those future warriors, Jason. But what I experienced during those hot summers in Georgia and the time spent with Rangers is the young Rangers of the 3 remaining battalions would sit in awe and listen to the stories of the Rangers that had gone before them, those Rangers of World War II, the Rangers like Phil Piazza, who is also a member of the Ranger Hall of Fame, and that lieutenant that led the way off of the beaches on D-Day and retired as a colonel, Bull Dawson. Sitting with those men and listening to their stories, we can never replace you. We can't replicate you, but we can sure try. And so I thank you so much for your strength and your courage in leading the way through the deserts of Africa, the Far East, liberating camps of prisoners of war, and the actions that you took on D-Day, leading the way off the beach. So this has been a personal endeavor for many of us for many years, and I want to thank our bill sponsors as well. It has taken 7 long years to be able to present these medals to you. Gentlemen, thank you for all that you have given to your country. And I had embarked on this journey because of an Iowan as well. And I'd hoped I would be able to present this medal to him today. Unfortunately, he did pass just a couple years ago. Lester Cook. Les, this one is for you as well. Gentlemen, Ranger Wardell, Ranger Drake, truly, Rangers do lead the way. Thank you. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the United States Army Band, Pershing Zone Brass Quintet, performing American Patrol. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, Democratic Leader of the United States House of Representatives.
Good morning. It is a high honor and a distinct privilege to participate in this ceremony as we recognize the accomplishments of these extraordinary men with the Congressional Gold Medal, the highest honor of the United States Congress. Lieutenant General Truscott, a major proponent of the creation of the Rangers, once said that he was inspired to choose the name because few words have a more glamorous connotation in American military history. He added that it was in compliment to those who exemplified such high standards of individual courage, initiative, determination, and ruggedness, fighting ability, and achievement. That is what the Rangers being honored here today showed throughout the globe during World War II. They were uniquely courageous, uniquely determined, and uniquely capable warriors. The Rangers showed up when they were needed and fought for peace, for liberty, and against the forces of evil. They were men like the heroes with us here today, Sergeant Drake and Private First Class John Wardell. And those watching at home, Major General John Ron, Private First Class Cecil Lisk, and Private First Class Edward Steimer, originally from New York City, believed to be the last known living veteran of the 6th Ranger Battalion. Your nation proudly exalts you and all of our relentless Rangers, who reinvented what it meant to be an American soldier under the most difficult of circumstances, from the shores of Normandy to the Pacific Theater, from the deserts of North Africa to the hill country in Italy and beyond. Armed with incredible ingenuity, boundless bravery, and passionate patriotism, and of course their distinctive motto of Rangers lead the way. Today's Congressional Gold Medal recipients delivered for America and the free world. They scaled the 100-foot cliffs of Point du Hoc, overlooking Omaha Beach. They battled hostile enemy forces while heavily outnumbered 8-1 as they fought their way to higher ground in Italy. They liberated hundreds from POW camps in the Philippines, and so much more. In his D-Day prayer, while speaking of those Americans in uniform who were bravely serving in the war, President Franklin D. Roosevelt said that these men are lately drawn from the ways of peace. They fight not for the lust of conquest, they fight to end conquest. They fight to liberate. They fight to let justice arise. Our Rangers did what no one else could do, and their efforts helped ensure that American values prevailed over authoritarianism, that democracy prevailed over demagogues, and that freedom prevailed over fascism. They were great men, great heroes, great patriots, and a big part of the greatest generation. Our nation and the world are forever indebted. God bless you. God bless the World War II Army Rangers, and may God continue to bless our troops in the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Democratic Leader of the United States Senate.
Speaker Johnson, Leader Jeffries, Leader Thune, our World War II Army Ranger veterans here today, Sergeant Drake, Private First Class Wardell, and everyone watching from home, including Major General Ron and Private First Class Simon. And to my Senate and House colleagues, Senator Duckworth, Senator Ernst, Congresswoman Miller Meeks, Congressman Crow, and all of the friends, families, veterans, and guests. The final line of the Ranger Creed is, "Rangers, lead the way." The origin of that iconic phrase, now the Rangers' motto, dates back to the invasion of Normandy on D-Day, where 1,000 Army Rangers turned the tide of an entire operation of World War II and of history itself, from the steep cliffs of Pointe du Hoc to the bloody shores of Omaha Beach. The 2nd and 5th Ranger Battalions paved the way on D-Day for Allied forces to break through the Nazi defenses, push inland, and ultimately liberate Europe. What the Army Rangers achieved in Normandy, they did again and again and again. Throughout the war, across every theater, against overwhelming odds, with the fate of the free world on the line, Army Rangers led the way. So today, 80 years later, we honor their courage, their sacrifice, their indomitable spirit with the highest honor we can bestow, the Congressional Gold Medal. I was proud to co-sponsor the Senate bill awarding Congressional Gold Medal to these brave Rangers. I was proud to work with Senators Duckworth and Ernst to unanimously pass the bill in the Senate, and I'm proud to be here today to see this long-deserved honor finally come to fruition. So God bless the Army Rangers. God bless all of our service members in uniform, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable John Thune, Majority Leader of the United States Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Leader Schumer, Leader Jeffries, Secretary Hegseth, Secretary Collins, General Kane, Sergeant Drake, Private First Class Wardell, ladies and gentlemen. Rangers, lead the way. That was Brigadier General Norman Cota's order as he sought to move troops off Normandy Beach on D-Day. The Rangers led the way, just as they did at Pointe du Hoc, in Algeria, in the Hurtgen Forest, throughout the European theater, and in the Pacific. A New York Times obituary for Colonel Henry Musey, commander of the 6th Ranger Battalion, the Ranger Battalion that served in the Pacific Theater, noted, and I quote, "It should not be especially surprising that 3 days before MacArthur made his walk through the surf on his celebrated return to the Philippines, Colonel Musey had led a small preliminary Ranger assault force ashore to clear the way." End quote. Rangers lead the way. The 6th Ranger Battalion led the way for MacArthur's return. But the battalion is perhaps most famous for its groundbreaking raid on the prisoner of war camp at Cabanatuan. Following the Japanese massacre of American prisoners of war at Palawan, the decision was made to attempt to free the American prisoners of war held at Cabanatuan. The problem? The camp was some 25 miles behind enemy lines. Who to send? The Rangers. Loaded down with weapons and ammo and little else, the Rangers set out. They linked up with local guerrilla forces and the Alamo Scouts, who provided crucial reconnaissance, and they planned their attack. Under the command of Colonel Musey and Captain Robert Prince, the Rangers crawled on their bellies through the twilight across the vast open area surrounding the prison camp. And at approximately 7:45 p.m., they assaulted. The textbook assault was forceful, overwhelming, and over within minutes. And with half an hour, the Rangers had cleared the entire camp. They freed more than 500 men in total. And then they transported them on the long, treacherous march back through enemy territory to the American lines. Colonel Musey later recounted how many of his Rangers gave, quote, their shoes and most of their clothes, quote, to the ill-equipped prisoners. Rangers lead the way. Acknowledging the fact that a Ranger is a more elite soldier, I accept the fact that as a Ranger, my country expects me to move further, faster, and fight harder than any other soldier. Never shall I fail my comrades. I will shoulder more than my share of the task, whatever it may be, 100%, and then some. So states today's Ranger Creed. Observing the 80th anniversary of the Great Raid on Cabanatuan this year, a current Ranger had this to say, and I quote, "The Ranger Creed wasn't written until nearly 30 years after the Great Raid, but it's clear to me that it was inspired by the actions of these Rangers, giving 100% and then some, energetically meeting the enemies of their country, never leaving a fallen comrade, displaying the intestinal fortitude required. It all started in places like Cabanatuan." What they did there shaped the expectations of who we are today and what we must continue to be every day, end quote. Rangers, ladies and gentlemen, lead the way. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Speaker of the United States House of Representatives.
The time has now come to award the Army Rangers the Congressional Gold Medal. I would ask the honorees, as well as our congressional and military leadership, to please join me at the front of the stage for the presentation of the medal.
This special award, and I served in Europe in the five Star Wars, including Sherport and Battle of the Bulge and liberation of the Yukon concentration point. And I'd like to thank each member of this Congress for giving me and every ranger this extraordinary award. Thank you.
Good morning. It's an honor to be here today to receive the Congressional Gold Medal and to stand alongside my fellow World War II Rangers. I'm John Wardell, and I served with the E Company, 2nd Ranger Battalion. We trained hard, fought with determination, and took on missions others thought were impossible, from the cliffs of Pointe du Hoc to the battles across Europe. We didn't do it for recognition. We did it out of duty to one another and to our country. Today, I accept this medal on behalf of all World War II Rangers, especially those who never came home. Whether in person or remembered in spirit, we represent them all. To be a Ranger is to live by a code: courage, sacrifice, and resolve. That legacy lives on in every Ranger who follows. Our motto has stood the test of time, and it always will. Rangers lead the way.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. David Lyle Williams, President of the Descendants of World War II Rangers.
Speaker Johnson, members of the House and Senate, thank you for getting us here today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Ranger Drake, Ranger Wardell. Major General John Ron is the last surviving Ranger who landed on Omaha Beach on June the 6th, 1944. General Ron was unable to attend the ceremony today, and my first duty and privilege is to convey his remarks accepting the medal on behalf of the Rangers. His words: I accept the Congressional Gold Medal on behalf of the 6,000 to 7,000 United States Army Rangers who served in World War II, including the Rangers of the 29th Infantry Division. Signed, John Carpenter Ron Jr., Major General, retired, United States Army. As President of the Descendants of the World War II Rangers Incorporated, I'm proud to speak on behalf of many who worked hard to get this medal approved. Some of our members wear a Ranger lanyard today in honor of our family's Ranger. J. Ronald Hudnall, known as Ron, leads a private Facebook group of Ranger friends and descendants. Over the past 10 years, no one has done more to achieve this award than Ron Hudnall. As an aside, one of the requests of General Ron was American patrol. He wasn't at Sicily, but when the Rangers loaded their landing boats for the invasion of Sicily, the water was rough. They unloaded from one side of the ship and then had to turn the ship to unload from the other side because they couldn't unload both sides at once. Because the water was so rough and such a turmoil, the Rangers were upset, thinking they were all lost. So the admiral on the ship played American patrol so that all the men in the landing boats could hear it. And that's why we have that today. What made Rangers volunteer for these dangerous jobs? Most said they wanted action. They got plenty of it. Many volunteered, few were chosen. One man was rejected because he had false teeth. He appealed to his colonel. He said, "I don't want to eat the Germans, I want to kill them." He became a Ranger. Rangers led every invasion in the war. Most Rangers said that landing on a defended enemy beach at night under fire was the most frightening thing they'd ever done. They did this 6 times. Once I dared to ask my uncle, a company commander in the 1st Ranger Battalion, if there was ever a time he was afraid. His reply, "You better be afraid if you want to see tomorrow." This award should have been an easy decision to make 11 years ago, because today we only have 5 United States Army Rangers surviving. Ranger Drake and Ranger Wardell have a story for you. According to the Bible, Moses led the Hebrew people out of bondage, and they wandered in the desert for 40 years. When Moses died, a new leader by the name of Joshua was appointed to lead the Hebrew people into the Promised Land. As they crossed the River Jordan, Joshua instructed his people to erect large stones. People asked Joshua what the stones were for. Joshua said that the stones would be stones of remembrance, so that future generations, when they asked what the stones were for, would be told that the stones were stones of remembrance to remember the struggle. Now, for all the World War II Rangers, the Congressional Gold Medal is your stone of remembrance. Your sacrifice to this nation will never be forgotten. Congratulations, Rangers.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense.
Well, what an absolute honor it is to be in your presence, in the presence of so many heroes of our nation. Mr. Speaker, members of Congress, thank you for making this happen. It is altogether fitting and proper that we are here today honoring these 2 men and the other 3 at home and all the Army Rangers of World War II and of all generations who've been willing to put it all on the line for the rest of us. The health of any country, of any civilization, of any culture All you need to do to understand the health of that culture is to look at what they celebrate or what they honor. What do we honor? What do we celebrate? All too often in America today, we look to social media clickbait or celebrity culture for what we should honor, what we should celebrate. Today, we celebrate real heroes. We point the spotlight exactly where it deserves to go. This is why I believe in medals, I believe in ceremonies, I believe in parades, because as a young man myself, I looked up to men and women of previous generations who put that uniform on to do something special. And what you two did, what the Rangers of your generation did, allow me to live free right now. I had a chance to go to a base recently and buy with my kids, and they all wanted Army Ranger t-shirts. So I bought 7 black with gold Ranger tab t-shirts for them. And they said, "Dad, why didn't you get one?" I said, "Because I didn't earn it. I can't wear it. But maybe, someday if you're tough enough, strong enough, committed enough, patriotic enough, you can wear that tab. You can wear that scroll. You can do something similar to what men and women, Americans, generations previous to us did. Because without what you did, the greatest of the greatest generation, my kids don't have a chance to continue in that line. So I want to thank all of those who made this ceremony possible, who put the spotlight precisely where it belongs. There are heroes among us, ordinary people who did extraordinary things. Find ways, whether it's a congressional gold medal or in your local town, to shine a spotlight on them and remind future generations of how special service is, how important courage is, how important service and love of country is. So today we salute you. The motto in this country is "In God we trust." Well, thank God He made Army Rangers. Thank you all very much. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the benediction delivered by the Honorable Douglas Collins, Secretary of Veteran Affairs.
You can never come to the end of a service like this, which honors the greatness that is gone, without asking the question, what now? For those who have served in the leadership that has been exemplified, our call is to honor that service by moving forward, by honoring their sacrifice, their service, their loyalty, by giving our own. And for all who are gathered here today, that is the greatest calling that we have. Would you join me in prayer? Eternal God, you have shown us in the past, you have kept us in the present, and our hope is in the future. And just as we have heard today of the Rangers of the past, the Rangers of the present, and the Rangers that are yet to come, you remind us of the goodness that you made us with, to fight the evil that is out there. For those willing to stand on a shore far away, to climb a cliff when others would not, to go behind enemy lines to free their brothers. For Rangers who see duty, honor, and courage that we have celebrated today, may we as a people seek your guidance, to find your favor, because it is only from the hand of a mighty God who created us that gives that kind of courage, that gives that kind of love. For the Rangers that we celebrate today, and for those that was mentioned earlier that did not come home, we are reminded of your word that says there's no greater love than to lay down the life for that of others. For those who have given so unselfishly, for those that continue to do so today, for a nation that seeks your guidance, I pray we leave this place today inspired, focused, and find that inner courage in us to go be the people that you've called us to be, humbled before you, seeking your guidance. Because as Rangers lead the way, you lead us. And in this benediction, we acknowledge your power. For it is in your precious Son's name we pray. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the ceremony. Thank you for joining us today. Please enjoy the United States Army Band Pershing's Own Brass Quintet performing Le Régiment des Semblemus.
So I just want to let you guys know, because more than likely many of you didn't see that. And I had saved it. I was going to do it for tomorrow's. It was going to be tomorrow's show. And I said, you know what, with everything going on, I'm not going to shut down. I've got Mark Mitchell coming on in probably like 5 or 6 minutes. And then President Trump is going to talk at 3, so I'm on a tight schedule. And so it worked out perfectly to show it today. But what you probably don't realize if you didn't see that, you guys remember the press conference yesterday with Pete Hegseth where he smacked the media around? This event took place right after that. So it's amazing to me that, you know, because of this new feed that I have and the feed service with the wire companies, I found that and I'm like, nobody in the media showed it. Nobody on MSNBC, CNN, or Fox bothered to show that. And I'm thinking to myself, we've gone through so many years of people denigrating our media. I'm sorry. I mean, our army, military, I'm going to show this. I wanted you to see it. So I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I saw it, and watching it now for the second time. It still just tugs on the heartstrings, me being a military brat. Well, I wasn't a military brat. We didn't move from place to place, but my father being in the military, as many of you either have been in the military, known somebody, have a relative. I hope you enjoyed that. And that beautiful prayer that Doug Collins said at the end. Absolutely. And even though Hakeem Jeffries and, what's the idiot? Chuck Schumer and Tammy Duckworth, 3 flaming liberals, they had at least the amount of respect just to, you know, make this about those gentlemen. Not about politics, not about Trump, but those 3 gentlemen and the ones who couldn't come because they're probably too old or too ill, and just make it their day. Don't inject your craziness. And I'm glad they did that. I'm glad they had the enough respect to understand that this was for these men. All right, so as I'm waiting for Mark Mitchell to come in, which may be any second, let me just tell you some of the stuff that's happened since then, because stuff's happening. All right, so what do we got going on here? Oh, I got to show you this. I'm going to show you this real quick before Mark comes on to give you an idea what the 3 o'clock press conference is all about. All right, so listen and watch this.
It's now my honor to invite the parties to sign the peace agreement to be witnessed by Secretary Rubio. The agreement being signed includes provisions on the respect for territorial integrity and the prohibition of hostilities, the disengagement, disarmament, and conditional integration of non-state armed groups, the establishment of a joint security coordination mechanism, the facilitation of the return of refugees and internally displaced persons, as well as humanitarian access, the reaffirmation of MONUSCO's mandate, and the establishment of a regional economic integration framework. The agreement also includes an annex on the functioning of the Joint Security Coordination Mechanism, and the full text of the concept of operations of the Harmonized Plan for the Neutralization of the FDLR and disengagement of forces / lifting of defensive measures by Rwanda, which was agreed to under the auspices of the Luanda process on October 31st, 2024, and adopted by the foreign ministers on November 25, 2024. With the parties' signatures today, the agreement immediately enters into force. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
Well, yes, it's been one of those kind of days, and it's only 2:30 in the afternoon. I've got Mark Mitchell from Rasmussen's Report. I'm going to get into this interview with him because we know President Trump's coming up at 3 o'clock. This wasn't supposed to be this way, but nonetheless, it's live, so we got to jump into it. Mark, you there?
Yeah, here. A lot of news.
What a crazy, crazy day. And I'm like, am I going to be able to fit Mark in? Because you and I start talking, it ends up like two guys in a coffee shop or something.
Yeah.
So let me make it
I'll
easy.
try to keep it tight.
Let me make it easy for you. What's the most important data point that you've seen or worked on this week or over the last week?
You know, the Israel-Iran thing was it came out of nowhere. And quite frankly, it was probably ill-timed by Israel for America's purposes. I know they had their own reasons, right?
Yeah.
Because the Democrats were imploding, what with all the Gavin Newsom stuff and the LA riots. Trump's numbers were surging. And then this came out of nowhere, and there was a really huge national discussion on Twitter about what's the right thing to do for the Make America Great Again movement. And a lot of people were concerned about what kind of actions Trump would do. But I think, you know, at this point, if you don't trust that Donald Trump's going to make intelligent decisions based on limited information and then shift when the context changes. Yeah. That's what he does. That's what he did. But the polling showed very, very clear red lines that people did not want. There was only a number, I think it was 23 or 24% wanted regime change in Iran, and only 1 in 3 U.S. likely voters wanted boots on the ground. And he couldn't even get to a majority of people saying that we should use the Air Force and Navy to support Israel in a war with Iran. But taking out the nukes is very, very, very popular. It was 84% who said at least someone agreed that Iran can never have a nuke. And both before and after the strike, we had a strong majority, 57% going into it, 54%, I think, on the other side. Net plus 19 supported what happened. So I think that this is going to be a net positive for Trump. And look at the floodgates open. As soon as we got foreign policy off the table, domestic policy comes roaring back, and that's what's happening right now.
Wow. I mean, and it just seems like, and I'm sure with everything you're having to chart, it just comes in waves, and you're having to pick, okay, I got to do this, I got to figure out how I'm going to chart this one. There's so much. So now, right on that happening, he goes ahead and gets a peace deal done today that he's going to be talking about at 3 o'clock with Rwanda and the Congo. Prior to that, I don't even
didn't
know.
even see that. It's like, I can't even keep up. It's not the polling that's a problem. It's keeping up with all the news. Feels like back in January, you know, because it takes me a couple of days to get questions in the field, get the data back. And it's like the theme of Trump 2.0 is by the time I get polling, it's like irrelevant, you know, trying to figure out how to tie all this stuff together. But, you know, we're going to be talking about the big, beautiful bill for a while. And the polling's all over the place. I don't think what they're doing is going to go over well. And everybody's super happy. Trump's still net plus 3. I think he's been roughly averaging about net plus 5 approval. for the last couple of weeks, nothing's really hit him. He had that period in April where, because of the stock market taking a little bit of a hit, his approval was kind of underwater, but that's gone and in the rearview mirror. He's actually about to cross Obama first term net approval here in the next week or two, if nothing major changes. And right direction still, I think 45, 46 today. So everything's kind of happy, but the problem is that, like you and I both know, that Republicans are failing kind of big right now.
They can't get anything done. And I wonder at some point when you're doing your polls, does it get to a point where it becomes sort of Trump resistant? And what I mean by that is, are people going to begin sitting back and go, all right, don't react real quick. Let's wait 30 or 60 days because he's probably got some sort of something else coming. Like the whole thing with Israel and Iran. Boom, he's out and he's doing everything. And then today, you probably even haven't had a chance to poll on the Supreme Court rulings. But did you have a chance to talk about what those issues were with anybody before the Supreme Court actually ruled today?
Not all of them, but definitely the one about the temporary restraining orders. So people didn't like the idea of Trump actually challenging a federal judge. But then when we ask them, well, do you support deporting all these people? They're like, oh, hell yeah. This number is like 60 to 70%, depending on the way you ask it. And we had a number, I think it was in the 80s, said that it was at least somewhat important to deport criminal illegal aliens. So people get it. They want these people gone. And then when we asked, this is way back in the beginning, back when Boasberg was making, his big deal. And when we laid it out in a question form, a plurality wanted him impeached, 49% to I think just 24%. So it's like they like the judiciary. They trust it probably, frankly, more than they should, the federal judiciary. But then it's like when you lay out the facts, like, oh, hell no, get this guy out of there. What is he doing? And that's what it was. And of course, Congress oversees the federal judiciary, and they didn't do anything because they haven't done anything. We almost have more Democrat impeachment resolutions than we have signed legislation out of a majority Republican House. Like, why the hell? And it's like, oh, we're working on the bill. Okay, well, is it going to be a good bill? Are people going to be happy with it?
I don't know. I had an interview yesterday. I was going to show it today. Didn't have time. I guess it'll be tomorrow's show with a congressman who pretty much told me you can expect some of this stuff to be stripped out, and he was okay with it. And it shocked me to the point where I told Ashley I'm going to trash it. I don't even want to show it because people are going to get pissed off that these guys, what you just said, they're so used to not doing anything. They're okay if we get a little bit.
They're. In my opinion, I went to Congress, maybe it was 3 weeks ago now. I don't really go there often. I feel dirty when I go to Washington, D.C. But it was nice to walk around the halls and get like a real feel for what's going on. And it's so hard to really figure out what it is behind the scenes that gives us the result that we all see. And I think in many ways on the left, there probably are all of the support structures that you think, like some of these people captive by grift or with a lot of interests, paying them for certain outcomes, or because they're being bullied by caucuses, or, all of these organizational things that the Democrats use to get basically party line votes on everything that they need them for. But for Republicans, it's always herding cats. And it's like, why? Well, is it controlled opposition? And I think people use that word. I don't think it's right. There are certainly a lot of Republicans who probably are corrupt, probably are beholden to special interests. But I think the big bulk of it is they're acting like what an elected representative in a federal system was probably supposed to do, which is be an expert on your particular set of constituents. Like, hey, I'm an expert on this district in Kentucky or whatever, and then go to Congress and represent those people. The problem is what they do in Congress is make massive sweeping decisions on a $37 trillion, it's just, it's not the same thing as trying to make sure that the Federal Transportation Authority gets roads there in their it's just not what. And so I think they try their best. And I think that they all have their different focus areas and they're all on different committees. And on a daily basis, they talk to media and they just do their best. But unfortunately, that's not good enough to compete with the way that the left has been centralized. And the right doesn't have that at all. They're just literally a disparate group of people with no organizing principles, no long-term goal. And so that's what you're going to get is this. And unfortunately, here's the problem is that right now, Donald Trump is polling well. He's polling better than he did in November because he's convinced people he's doing the right thing. Republicans poll almost as well as Trump, but then there's these other questions that are a problem. So we say, hey, which party cares more like people about you? Democrats have a double point lead on that, even though Republicans are winning elections. That's a problem.
Why?
Then we have,
is that messaging? What, I mean, how can that possibly be? I mean, in terms of, I don't know how you split it.
Empathy, brand, crossover voters voting for Republicans because they have no other choice. That's one of the things I just tweeted about it earlier. We had a show last night where I talked about the Overton window.
Yeah.
You might look around and say, well, our country is more right wing than it's ever been. And I don't think that's actually the case. I think Twitter and the national discussion of ideas and certain social media are more right wing than they've ever been. But I think the country actually has been inexorably moving left on things. Wow. But it just took a Biden administration where instead of voting for your ideals and your beliefs, you're voting out of self-interest because you can't afford food. I think that's really where we're at. People don't like the fact that their cities are burning down and that the legal system's completely corrupt and all this other stuff. And that's a problem. The Overton window moves left. And I mean, name me one thing, just one thing that has moved the Overton window right that doesn't start with the name Donald Trump. Like who has done any of that work? It's not being done. There's no mechanism, period, whatsoever. What was Republicans' plan? To actually cut the deficit. Their plan was to let Mike Johnson negotiate a bill. Well, look at what you got now. I'm sorry. And it's like you could say, well, there's rules and limitations and there's just realities. And it's like, that's true. But people don't want they don't want to hear about your stupid Washington, D.C. rules. The Democrats aren't following the rules.
I mean, this parliamentarian thing is just insane. I mean, I cannot believe they're letting pebbles in their way. They're tripping over pebbles, basically. This should not even be an issue. And how did they not foresee this? It seems like the Democrats always know where to put the landmines, and the Republicans just don't even understand the landmines out there.
The failures always go one way. All of it goes one way. Like what was like one pleasant surprise that you got out of Washington, D.C., where you're like, oh, wow, the Republicans did a good job. They did something super conservative.
So how does it change? Is the big beautiful bill, if it gets done, is that going to change things, or is it just not going to move the needle from what you're seeing?
Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. We did some polling on the big beautiful bill, and Republicans are split on whether this thing increases or decreases the deficit. Everybody else thinks it increases. It's not really giving people a tangible tax cut, except for some of these new things that are probably still going to get stripped out. I don't know. But it's like the messaging has been all over the place. Like, I don't even know the best parts of the bill right now. And I follow this stuff. Like, you probably know better than me. But like, what's the one or two massive headline things that people are going to say, hey, this was a real legislative success? Getting any bill passed is not a legislative success. And what's going to happen is congressional Republicans are going to pat themselves on the back and take a victory lap. Well, they're doing it on a holiday weekend. That's kind of weird, assuming this does get passed by July 4th.
Right.
But what's the takeaway? Like, what's the explanation to the taxpayer that's getting bled by literally the entire world that things have been changed? Because this was supposed to be an existential election. Right. We had Republican voters a month ago, maybe it was like a couple weeks ago. We asked, have Republicans in Congress been delivering on the mandate that they've been given? And 60% of Republicans disagree with that statement already back then. And that's the problem. So here's the issue, is that people are voting Republican because they have no other choice.
Yeah.
And that can't last. It's going to fall apart. And that's why it's going to be so difficult to predict what's happening in 2026. I really have no idea. Like,
as a marketer, one of the things I keep looking at as a marketer is, and I hear your numbers and I'm thinking it's messaging, because how many people even understand what a rescission bill is and how they're going to try and get that done behind it? Everyone's focused on the big, beautiful bill, and it's not going to have everything everybody wants. It just simply can't. They're going to follow it up with a rescission, but people don't even know what the hell that means.
I asked multiple people in my trip to Washington, D.C., on the right, Some of them were pretty high up.
Mhm.
If the Democrats get in charge of the Senate, they get a majority Senate, will the nuclear option be used? And the answer I get is, oh, well, yeah, of course. And so we went through this huge, massive, contorted process essentially to sidestep the reality that you need a 60-vote majority in the Senate to get anything through. That's really why we are in this whole entering argument. We have to use budget reconciliation. We can't really pass laws. And that's unfortunately probably going to be on the table.
Mhm.
And so, like, put your game face on. Like, what are we doing here? Did they literally not and try and convict, like with hundreds of convictions, a political opponent here? Wasn't a presidential candidate shot, and didn't we have a non-democratic process for the other presidential candidate? And it's like, oh, the rules. Oh, it's so hard. Oh, we might get this through. Oh, we had to cut all this stuff you wanted, but that's just the way DC works. Republicans, you did not win because people wanted the way DC works.
Yep,
and that's what they're
exactly.
doing. So they're literally failing for everybody to see. And unfortunately, nobody's taking accountability for it. They're all just saying, well, we did the best job we
Best
could.
we
It's
can.
tough.
And the interview I'm going to show you guys tomorrow, it's exactly what Mark is saying. You'll see it where the guy just says, I don't want to say his name right now because people will blast him, but he pretty much goes, yeah, we got to take what we can get. And I'm thinking, oh my God, this is not going to play well.
Guess
bro.
what? The voters can only take what they get. And what do they get? They get perennially screwed. That's what they get. They get
Yep.
screwed by everybody.
So what about this
Sucks.
the other Supreme Court ruling today? Have you done any numbers on? Actually, there were two parts of I want to ask you about. One, the birthright citizenship. How does that chart?
We actually, let me pull it up. We've asked about birthright citizen. Now I'm probably not going to be able to find it. I mean, I think we have it here. I mean, it was popular getting rid of it. I forget the number. Do you support, here it is. Oh, it's fast. Do you support or oppose the United States changing its current practice of granting U.S. citizenship to births to tourists and other foreign visitors? So you could argue about the words, but it's directionally pretty good. And this is from February. And at the time, it was 51 support to 37 oppose. So that's pretty good. It's in the teens. That's a lot for a very politically divided country. And Republicans, it was 57. But across the board, what we're seeing here is very high not sure's. 12% of Republicans, 14% of independents. So it's like one of those things where if you explained it to them more, I think it would be even more popular. Do you support or oppose limiting automatic birthright citizenship to births where at least one parent is a U.S. citizen or legal permanent resident? And that's 56 to 35. So that's 21 points. That's really big.
Wow.
That's, people want it. And of course, actually even Democrats supported this. 56% of Democrats supported limiting birthright citizenship to one citizen at least.
That's very interesting.
Well, you're not going to hear that on MSNBC.
No, you're not going to hear a lot of this stuff on MSNBC. So one of the things, also another ruling today was about the LGBTQ stuff being rammed down kids' throats in schools. Have you done any numbers on that?
Yeah, we actually did an entire poll on it, and it's public, so people can look it up. It was kind of a while ago. Let me try and pull it. But we were literally funded by an organization that is concerned about. Here it is. Concerned about the American Library Association or whatever its organization is that is prominently been like pushing these things. And how concerned are you? I'm just going to rattle a bunch of these off because it was a really great poll. This is back from 22. So I should call these people up. I'm sure they're really happy about it. Capital Research. How concerned are you that school-age children are being exposed to sexual material that is not age appropriate? 77%, like that's pretty high, of U.S. national likely voters. How important is it that public schools fully inform parents about what's being taught to their children in the classroom? So this is right, exactly to the ruling, right? Look at that, 89% think it's at least somewhat important, 70% very important, including 56% of Democrats who say very important. Yeah, do you support, well, this one's a little trickier. Do you support or oppose teaching children about homosexual lifestyles in public schools? 40% support.
Wow. So it's 60.
So here's the thing about the Overton window. The LGBTQ agenda has been ubiquitously pushed everywhere by every institution. And so this stuff sticks. These numbers would have been a lot smaller. And so the core of the right is probably more anti-LGBT than everywhere, but the country has moved left. 22% strongly support, 18% somewhat, 16% somewhat opposed, 38% strongly opposed. So it's still a strongly opposed answer, but only 57% of Republicans strongly oppose. Like that, you know what I mean? I think the aspect here is, well, you know, they'll learn something, right? It's I don't know. We have to be inclusive, maybe. Do you support or oppose public schools teaching children about transsexualism?
That's got to be high opposition for that one.
33 support, 18 strongly, and 60 oppose.
Okay.
So you see this trend where the country is relatively 1-to-1. It's more Republicans now, but almost all of these MAGA agenda items are about 2-to-1 right now. And this is one of them where it's like you got about 1/3 who, yeah, sure, trans the kids. It's fine. Like, whatever. It'll make them better people. I don't know what but there are limits to them too. Like, do you support or oppose teaching children about how to perform sex acts? Ugh. Like 20% support that though.
Wow.
Including
do you break that out in terms of like, do you ever break that out in terms of like demographics? How much of this stuff is the young people just embracing all this craziness?
You're right. There's an age signal. 31% of 18 to 39-year-olds support, but only 11% of boomers.
Yeah.
And only 15% of middle age. So it is a young thing. It's a Democrat thing. 1/3 of Democrats, 35% of liberals. And there's really not much else of a signal here. We have religion and people who are very religious. Even 24% of them support this, and 25% of people who are not at all religious. Wow. So it's kind of wild. Even 17% of evangelical Christians. Now, there's an aspect of this, maybe like some of these people weren't reading the polls, but when there's no signal in religion on teaching kids how to perform sex acts in public school, that's a problem.
Yeah, very much so. So this new big story, you may not have had a chance to chart this at all. This Zohan the Great up in New York City.
Oh, dear Lord.
That's got to be a pollster's nightmare. And here's why I think it's a pollster's nightmare is, he won the Democrat primary, but when I dug into numbers, and I don't nearly have the way to read numbers that you do, if he only got 430,000 votes, does that mean that New Yorkers are just completely apathetic? They're not paying attention? I mean, what the hell's going on?
I mean, I don't. But look at the people they've had. They've had like De Blasio, for God's sake. I mean, I think there's just an aspect of, listen, a lot of people in New York and Manhattan specifically, commute in. I think a lot of people there are probably blue anons, politically apathetic, or going to work and didn't want to vote, or think that it doesn't matter because everybody's so blue. And it's like, well, that's what you got. But there's an aspect of, I think, like white self-hate or something going into this as well. Listen, I haven't had enough time to research this, and I can't cover every race, but I saw somebody post, they had a pretty good breakdown of apparently the majority minority parts of New York City apparently voted for Cuomo, and it was predominantly white areas that voted for this guy. And this guy looks like he's going to be a complete and total wreck. Now, I think maybe like the best case scenario is like he gets in and he can't get all his stuff through, and managing a city that size is hard and blah, blah, blah. But if you listen to what he wants to do, it's horrifying. It's absolutely would be cataclysmal for New York City, taking high crime areas and putting social workers in instead of cops. Like, good luck with that. Privatizing grocery stores.
He needs to go live in that area. Move out of the mayor's mansion, go move into the area where you don't want cops and where you want to get your food from, the DMV, basically. That's insane.
I mean, it's laughable. I was making jokes. I mean, like the second that the person, the white woman liberal on the Upper West Side can't get her brand of imported olives, the whole thing's going to go like it's complete conflagration. But then he's going to tax all these businesses, and there is like a very interesting thing here. One of the reasons that companies, I think, are so woke is because of the way that these major corporate home offices have been sort of parasitically entwined in these cities. They've got major real estate footprints. They've built hiring pipelines. They've gotten tax breaks. They've embedded themselves in these cities. And even if you get rid of the DEI, the CRT, like all this stuff that's been messing up corporations, basically, 90% of the people that they hire in their corporate headquarters are going to be blue anons. Like that's a problem. Their entire HR department, everybody. And so what you have is these major corporations that are now still inextricably, although less, tied to New York City. They're going to get majorly taxed. The city might go downhill. At what point are those companies going to extricate themselves, and what does it mean for corporate culture? I'm fascinated to actually see. It's kind of cool that this guy's probably going to get elected, and we're going to see New York City implode. I mean, I'm here for it, kind of.
I can't. I'm from Connecticut originally. Spent a lot of time, a lot of weekends in New York City, a lot of friends, and I've been getting calls myself, and people are like, it may be time for us to get out of here, and I'm like, you're telling me this guy with 430,000 votes out of 8 million people in that city, you guys can't overturn this? Even the boys in Little Italy and people in what's the other one? Chinatown and Hell's Kitchen. You guys are not gonna wake up and if he does get elected, we hate saying it, but they deserve it. The apathy is just something that's crazy, but like Ron DeSantis has said, it's going to be great for us down here. So I have one more question, actually 2 more questions for you. One, have you done any, I assume this is going to become a firebrand real quick. When people start digging in and the media starts having their way with alligator Alcatraz, have you begun seeing any talk about that bubbling up?
What are you talking about? Alligator Alcatraz? Do I not? Florida builds. Oh, okay.
You haven't heard about alligator Alcatraz? Oh,
I mean, I can only do so much. Listen, we could have like World War III.
It's just, as I said, it comes in waves. So just to bring you up to speed.
Oh, wow. Sweet. Yeah. This is excellent.
Yeah, he's building a detention center with like 3,000 or 5,000 beds right in the middle of it. So much in the middle because most people have no idea what the expansiveness of the Everglades is. It's 60 miles away from Miami. It's in the middle of nowhere. I mean, it's probably more remote than the regular Alcatraz was, because at least with the other Alcatraz you could see San Francisco. This is in the middle of nowhere. And it's a tent city that they're building to house these people. It's not a luxurious hotel up in New York. And already I'm starting to see people on the left scream about the conditions and everything. So I didn't know if you haven't begun seeing anything with that. That's going to be
well, what I can tell you is that, again, Americans have very little sympathy for illegal aliens. By like a 4-to-1 margin, they think the government's doing not enough as opposed to too much in order to stop illegal immigration. They supported mass deportations. They agreed by a strong majority, I think close to 60, that Bukele quote that you need to deport every single illegal in order to liberate 350 million Americans or whatever it was. And even 100% deportation candidate beats a 100% amnesty candidate, 55 to 35 back in the fall. So again, I don't think there's any sympathy here. I'm sure somewhere along the way that we probably pulled on the illegals in cages, but I can't find it. Probably I'll take that one as a lookup. But man, I love it. You're gonna have to You're gonna have to low crawl through miles of swamp full of cottonmouths in order to escape that thing. It's great.
It's crazy. You're not gonna want see if I got sent there, I'd automatically go just send me back to Mexico. I can't deal with this. I'm in the middle of, and it's hot. I mean, it's hot in South Florida to begin with, but you're out there in just swampland. Oh my God, it's got its own ecosystem. All right, so last question.
Well, you know what? They should do it the humane way. If they want more deportations and they don't want these detention centers, then the Democrats should cross the aisle and help Republicans pass E-Verify or something.
Yeah.
Let's get more self-deportations. Let's tax remittances. I've been talking about that since November. Looks like that's going to happen now. I just heard about that yesterday. So, they're not going to. Republicans don't want the illegals to go away either. Just Trump.
So you're exactly right. Last question for you. What do you think is going to be your biggest thing you're going to be charting over the next 7 days?
Oh boy, 7. Well, it's definitely, if you go on my Twitter feed at Honest Pollster, we've got a chart of net approval. And like I said, it looks like Obama came in really hot. He had net plus 30. Almost a 70% approval rating back in January of 2009. And there was a lot going on that caused that, right? We were coming out of the financial crisis. McCain kind of sucked as a candidate. There was a lot going on, right? And everybody thought he was going to cure the world's ills. And it only took about 5 or 6 months before it came crashing precipitously down. And so right now, Trump is not tracking the same path that every other president did, coming in high and then ending low. His numbers have actually been going up kind of over the last month or two. And he's about to give like an Obama 2009 death cross and pass his net approval rating. And it looks like it's going to happen on July 4th. Like I'm literally looking at the chart. It depends on the statistical noise. But what that means is that if Trump holds his approval rating, he will be more well approved of than Barack Hussein Obama.
Wow.
Politics Jesus. So that's what I'm watching. There's other questions coming back. We're still polling on some other stuff.
While you were
that's the big one.
While you were probably working I was here. One of the guys here, SV, who's one of our mods, sent me a tweet. I still call them tweets, where he's cut off all negotiation with Canada in terms of trade. So he's about to spank them now too. I mean, I think at this point he really feels he's 10 feet tall and bulletproof. I mean, because
I think he's really, really, really mad at Israel right now. I think that's part of it. He's working out his anger on Canada and illegals and yeah.
All right, Mark, he's going to be on in 2 minutes. Thank you for coming on, and I'm so glad we got the entire interview in. You guys, Mark, when do you go live?
We're shifting for the summer. I think we're going to be Monday, Thursdays, 9 p.m. Eastern, and we're going to start doing more bespoke standalone videos like we were doing back in election season. We're getting our channel together. It's starting to take off. So
Monday through Thursday, or just Monday
and Thursday, 9 p.m. And we talk news, but I'm almost always have crosstabs up. It's usually about the public opinion aspects of it. Sometimes we go deep on the big concepts. Like last night we streamed. We talked a long time about this issue of the Overton window. And my challenge to people, that if you want to understand why you're losing your country, answer this question: what single dollar has been spent in the last year, not by Donald Trump, to move anything in this country to the right? What's the answer to that? Who's in leadership? What organizations? What's their plan? You can't just think that because of the politicians that you elect, especially Republicans who are more independent, that they're going to somehow decide to coordinate and have principles and move the society towards a more conservative outcome. It's not going to happen. If you want to be 100% pro-life, what's your plan to get from point A to point B, and how long is it going to take? How much money is it going to take, and who's going to do the work? They don't do this. It doesn't exist.
Very good point. Very good point. A point for thought as well. So who do you think can do it besides Trump? You're excluding Trump. So who can do it? I'm looking at Congress right now, and I'm like, okay, it doesn't seem like any of these people have the intestinal fortitude, i.e. balls, to get something done.
Well, right. And there's a layer of blocking and tackling that even prevents people that would make the right principled decisions from even getting elected. Because one of the first things that if you're a MAGA interested candidate and you want to run against a rhino, the very first thing the state establishment is going to look at is your ability to raise money. And if
Right.
they find it wanting, then the money from on high, the bread and manna from the National Republican Party infrastructure is not going to go to you. It's going to go to some squishy moderate that's got a couple of rich friends or somebody that they control and knows how the consulting kickback scheme goes. And so it's not going to be, I think, from getting more MAGA people elected. And I think it'll help, just like the precinct strategy helped, just like all the grassroots volunteering helped. But it's not enough. As we're seeing here, it's just not enough.
Do polls, I know I said last question, but do polls really mean all that much at this point in terms of 2026, when the campaigns probably won't just get started in earnest till probably February or March, so which is still, a ways away. So what do you think? How much time is it before people start settling in?
There's so many caveats. It's polls early out are just informative. It's like, oh, well, how does that person do now? Because almost every one of them is like, if the election were held today. Well, the election's never held today, but as you get closer, it becomes more important. And so I would say more just like, it's interesting to know that J.D. Vance, for instance, is doing a lot better than he was a few months ago, but he doesn't capture all of Trump's electorate yet. Okay. He's probably on the path to, but he still is outpolling the predominant left economic populists like AOC. So he's doing well there. But then I'll also say, well, it's not as much as you think. That's the problem.
You had to bring up AOC. I was ready to say, hey, have a great day and everything, but you brought up AOC. So we have a battle royale brewing between Jasmine Crockett and AOC. And what is going on? Do they even have anybody on that side? I mean, there looks like they're devoid of leadership.
I think I called this back in November. I think I said it on Alex Jones' show. I said that the left is going to get cultier and lefter and smaller. And that's what they're doing. And one can wonder why, but what they're doing is not a recipe for electoral success. No. Resist Trump is not popular. It's just pissing more people off. And what it does do, and you look at Gavin Newsom, I don't think it's helped his numbers really. Mm-hmm. It's either because they're accelerationists or because they're just doing the bidding of what people tell them to do, or it's what they have to do to raise money now because their USAID Act Blue gravy train got shut off. Mm-hmm. Like, I really don't know, but it's not good. Like, Gavin Newsom gets 35% of the electorate, not even when you do a national matchup. And he can't even get, I think his Democrat approval was only 55% last time we checked it.
Wow.
And so, unfortunately for Democrats, if you say, hey, and we're in the field right now with more numbers about who the candidate's going to be, but when you give them a choice of like 7 or 8 people, Kamala Harris is still winning among Democrats. And go look at how many times that lady's been in the news. The answer is like 0. Mm-mm. So I think they're going to, unless something changes, they're going to rerun her unless some establishment person comes out of the woodwork at the last minute. But, the Democrats are pretty famous at being able to turn on a dime, get their NPC download and completely shift. So
doesn't she want to run for governor of California?
I think she probably would love that job. She gets to be a leftist all day long. It's probably not very. You're totally safe. It's like everybody loves you, and you don't have a chance of losing. So I'm sure that she wants to do that. But the question is that the party needs what the party needs. And as they approach 2028 and find that they probably still have nobody electable, what happens? And I don't. That's. So,
there's no way she goes up against Gavin Newsom. One of them will back out. I don't see that they'll go head to head. Would you think that would be a possibility?
I don't think I hate to say I don't think he's viable. The Dems are always surprising. I don't want to downplay their danger. There are 47% of the electorate who will just turn out and vote for a Democrat.
That's great.
It's a lot of them. But still, it's less and less, and they're doing stuff that's not going to help them. So, in the polling, Kamala Harris would beat Gavin Newsom unless the debates mattered, right? Yeah. Just based on the fact that she's had so much money thrown at her. Her polling from vice president was horrifying, and then literally in like a 3-month period, she went to like almost matching Trump favorability.
Wow.
And it wasn't an artifact of the polls. It was literally people like, oh, she is way cooler than I thought for the last 4 years. Unbelievable.
She's a moron. All right, Mark, thank you very much. I'm getting ready for President Trump to come on. You guys, Monday and Thursday at 9 o'clock, go ahead and visit his channel as he does a deep dive into everything numbers and polls. Mark, thank you very much for coming on.
Great to be here. Thanks, man.
All right, thanks, buddy. All right, so again, a walking encyclopedia of information. Mark's got all kinds of stuff you guys can listen to. If you listen to his shows on as he says now, twice a week, he dives deep into all these numbers, and it's something that you guys can probably learn a lot from. Just to let you know, President Trump has not come out yet. We're at 3:10. He's supposed to be on stage at 3 o'clock. On the podium at 3 o'clock. We've been going strong for 3.5 hours here, so I'm going to take a second, run to the little boys' room, and nope, I'm not going to run an ad, just going to run some break music for a little bit. I'll be right back, and if he comes on before then, I've got my ears set so I can hear people wrestle around, and I'm sure SV would text me, so I will be right back.
Somewhere to be every night of the week. Seems God ain't close as he used to be. And there's more tequila in this old town than pines in Tennessee. I ain't the man I thought I'd be. And these neon lights that keep me up got me thinking maybe mom and dad had it right all along. We're too old to still be alone, and we ain't happy ever after all. I'm just saying it wouldn't be as bad as we made it out, living in our hometown. Mississippi, you find a girl and get married before you're 20. And I've been running like a southbound train as fast as a northern summer with no one to love. And it's making me wonder if maybe mom and dad had it right all along, and we're too old to still be alone, and we ain't happy ever after all. No, I'm just saying it wouldn't be as bad as we made it out, living in our hometown. Said if you buy whiskey, don't overdrink it. If you find love, don't overthink it. Just find yourself a good one, and don't you let it go. That's what they told. Maybe mom and dad had it right all along, and we're too old to still be alone, and we ain't happy ever after all. No, I'm just saying it wouldn't be as bad as we made it out, staying in our hometown, yeah, in our hometown.
back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
I don't know what just happened, but anyway, we are back. Thank you very much. All right, so President Trump hasn't come out as of yet, so we will continue to see what's going on. Let me give you some news updates. Let's see, SB's got some breaking news for me. Not breaking. All right, so this is big. This is really big in case you guys have not heard this. Let me pull it up on a big screen here. Okay, 1 second. Where is it? Okay, we're behind. He's got a number of things. All right, so I've got a bunch of stuff to talk to you about. President Trump has been posting and posting and posting. Not sure you guys have seen all of this. He also has a video, which I'm going to show you. Let me show you the video first, because he's talking about the air traffic controller system. So this is pretty important. Wow, he just posted this a second ago. 1 second. Let me get to this. Here we go. Got it.
After many years of decline in our air traffic control system, the One Big Beautiful Bill will modernize this decrepit relic and give America the best, most advanced air traffic control system on earth, the best by far. It contains a historic program to update antiquated communications and radar systems, deteriorating hardware, and ancient software. This is really old stuff. It's ancient, with the latest 21st century tools and equipment. It will improve runway safety and build new air traffic control centers for the first time in more than 50 years and keep America flying safely and efficiently for decades to come. Many, many decades are going to go by before this one gets obsolete. It's the best in the world. It's time to pass the One Big Beautiful Bill into law. We're going to get it done. We're going to take care of air traffic control. Thank you very much.
All right, so that's for I guess that's part of the Big Beautiful Bill as well. I'm monitoring the screen here to make sure he doesn't come on. But this is big news. President Trump's not taking any prisoners. We have just been informed that Canada, a very difficult country to trade with, including the fact that they have charged our farmers as much as 400% tariffs for years on dairy products, has just announced that they are putting a digital services tax on our American technology companies, which is a direct and blatant attack on our country. They are obviously copying the European Union, which has done the same thing and is currently under discussion with us. Based on this, we are hereby terminating all discussions on trade with Canada, effective immediately. We will let Canada know the tariff that they will be paying to do business with the United States of America within the next 7 days. Thank you for your attention to this matter. All right, so Carney and the people from Canada not playing well. They're getting kicked out the sandbox right now. You're going to have to pay to do business with America. Personally, I love it. I absolutely love it. And now he's also posting about the Big Beautiful Bill. Says the great Republicans in the Senate are working all weekend to finish the One Big Beautiful Bill. We are on the precipice of delivering massive general tax cuts. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our seniors. That's not in the Big Beautiful Bill. That's going to have to be in a rescissions package. Interesting. Permanently securing our borders, an even bigger and more powerful military. I rebuilt it during my first term, and it's already the best. We'll make it better. Unleashing our American economy, dominating the energy market, creating jobs, and getting money back to American families. The House of Representatives must be ready to send it to my desk before July 4th. All right, so the fact that he's talking about the House means he must have some sort of confidence that it's going to actually pass the Senate. What I mean by that is the House already passed it. The Senate is going to make their changes and hopefully pass it. Then it's got to go back to the House of Representatives for final passage. So he's already indicating and talking that it's on them. So he says, you guys need to get it on my desk before July 4th. We can get it done. It will be a wonderful celebration for our country, which is right now the hottest country anywhere in the world. And to think, just last year, we were a laughingstock. Thank you for your attention to this matter. All right, so President Trump is spanking Canada. On the same time, he's doing a deal with Rwanda and the Congo, spreading peace throughout the world, going to fix the airport system. All kinds of different stuff is happening. So now I want to show you something that's pretty big, and it may actually impact a bunch of you guys. Definitely impacts people. You're going to see. I love this. All right, you ready? This one. The Attorney General of Missouri has launched an investigation into YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram for suppressing Second Amendment videos. You know, videos that talk about pew-pews. When big tech companies hold the power to control what Americans see, say, and believe, they hold the power, I love this, to reshape the nation. We will not allow Silicon Valley to rewrite the Bill of Rights from behind a firewall. And that's from Attorney General of Missouri, Andrew Bailey. See, many of you guys probably don't have to run into the people upstairs. You don't deal with any of the censors and everything that they do. We deal with it on a daily basis. If you're going to say the wrong word, is it going to piss somebody off? Oh my goodness, what do we got to do? And for a long time, I've been saying it. You got to have one law. If it's not against the law, it shouldn't hurt your fee-fees. If these people are what they should be called, newcomers, we should be able to say the words. We should be able to say baby removal for what it really is. If it's no big deal, if people love this stuff so much, then why are we not allowed to talk about it? Think about that. If it's such a great thing, why can't we call these alternative lifestyle people out and have our opinion on what they're doing to people? If the Supreme Court can adjudicate a case based upon the laws and constitution of this country and what can or cannot be taught to kids, why can't we talk about it? You see, they hide behind it and say no, and they want to suppress people from talking. That's, I think, their last bastion of hope. If Facebook and even Twitter and YouTube, what's the other ones out there? Instagram, same thing as Facebook, can't do their big brother complex and watch you and what you say and how you say it, the Democrats, well, their messaging is done. Think about it. All the people right now who have channels and talk about things, and there are certain things that you can't talk about because they'll get upset and turn you off. This is a long time coming, and it's definitely needed. Definitely needed. I mean, I absolutely love the fact that they're talking about this. All right, let me see if there's anything else out here. I think that we are probably, Democrats screaming, lying about the big, beautiful bill because it must. See, that's another thing. The Democrats probably feel like it's going to pass. Otherwise, they wouldn't be screaming about it the way they are. Think about it. Let me see what else here. All right, so let me take some. Let's see here. Some comments from you guys. You guys been hanging out. President Trump still has not walked out yet. We're waiting for him to come out. Tell it like it is. He's no one to play with. Go buy yourself some toys. Exactly. Let's see here. Murdering innocent. See, I can't even put that up. I can't even put up that comment I'm reading because it could get people in trouble, including you. If they see you posting that stuff, they can block you just for putting it up there. Love it too. That was a good movie last night, Castellano said. Yeah, I mean, when I interviewed Patrick Byrne and I realized in certain places he's in hiding and he talked about that movie, I was like, we got to see it. And I said, I wonder if we can show it. Of course, I couldn't show it on YouTube, but I was allowed to show it. And I can't wait to talk to General Flynn next week to find out how much of that was poetic license and how much of that was actually the real deal. I'd love to find that out. FCC better sue. Yeah, actually join in on the suit. Holy mocha, Ivanka was at what's his name, Bezos' wedding. Yeah, she was. I saw that. Please explain E-Verify signing in Florida. We already have it. So I'm not really sure. Again, all the different things that people complain about, I don't understand it because a lot of it we already do. And basically what E-Verify is to verify. When you go in and apply for a job, they verify your Social Security that you're eligible to work in the United States. And it's very simple. Democrats keep fighting it. But, when you go in to apply for a job, when it's time to get hired, the HR department will say, okay, you need to do this, go pee in a cup and do this stuff and do this stuff. And then also we're going to have to need your information because we got to check if you can even have the right to work here. So you verify what the person's work status is before you hire them. So all these companies where you see people scattering and they're running away because ICE showed up at the job site or in the back door of a restaurant, the reason that's happening is because none of those people were verified. They walked in and said, hey, I hear you need some carpenters, right? Here you need some people to do this or that. Okay, we pay $12 an hour. You good for that? Yes, I'll take it. Well, E-Verify would be, can I see your ID? I need to check and make sure you're allowed to work in America. Where you going? Yeah, oh, guess he didn't want the job then. Yeah, they disappear when that happens. So here. Marcus saying they play dead to lure stupid people. Understand, Barry, but it's the truth. These people doing this will stand before God Almighty one day. God is not going to mince words. Yeah, I agree with that. The Enemy from Within was a good documentary and a movie all in one. Yes, it was. And what's really interesting as you watch that, the people in the movie for the most part. General Flynn played himself in a couple of scenes, and Patrick Byrne, he's not an actor. That's a guy, and I guess it shows you how easy acting really is. But they brought in the actor to play him in certain scenes, but he narrated it throughout. Really like that. Has YouTube become communist? They just never dropped the social agenda, I guess we can say. They never dropped it in terms of what's going to happen in terms of. I have to be so delicate because of the wording. I don't understand. But when they got the push from the Democrats, Biden and everybody else to shut us up, shut it down, make sure they went along with it. For whether they were coerced, whether they took money, whatever it was, they went along with it and started shutting everybody down, especially during the C word when everybody was getting this. They just have never relinquished that power. I don't know if it's not on Pam Bondi's radar yet or whatever, but these companies, because Rumble, you don't have to worry about it. So it's not a law. It's something they want to institute on people, and they've never let that power go. So that even when they say, even when they say stuff like our advertisers don't like it, BS. It's complete BS. You know why it's complete BS? Because you turn on the television, and you've got murder movies, and you got SVU where a woman is being, another word I can't even say. Every single week, another woman gets, in that position on SVU. I'm pretty sure they have commercials every 12 minutes or so. So they hide behind this cloak and say it's not appropriate and advertisers don't like to hear it. And I think to myself, so if I go out in the other room and I turn on the television and I see, John Wick, and he's killing people every 4 or 5 minutes in the show, I think John Wick wasted 200 people in a movie. But you could advertise that on television. And people don't have a problem with that, right? Yeah, right. And you don't have nearly the amount of viewers. See, that's the other thing. They are sacrificing their advertisers for the sake of their woke agenda. Marketing agencies, and the reason why they're coming back to X, and they would come back to YouTube even bigger, is if YouTube would just stop the BS. We all know it. We're all big boys and big girls. We see what's on the television. We watch, we don't. My wife watches the Real Housewives. The stuff they say on Real Housewives, are you kidding me? You kidding me? What's that movie that's pretty much soft porn? 50 Shades of Grey can play on television, and in between there's ads. But don't do it on YouTube because you might offend somebody. Don't say those words. How about the fact of it's just the news, and the boss has just walked out. I think this is from earlier. Yeah, I think even RSBN is playing. Let me just check it.
The Supreme Court has delivered a monumental victory for the Constitution.
Yeah, so they're still waiting. So they're replaying and they're replaying everything from this morning because he still hasn't walked out. I'm not sure if they've canceled it. Let me just make sure. Has anybody heard any messaging? No, they're okay. I see what they're doing. They're just playing that with a split screen of what's to come. So let me just check something. The White House. Yeah, nothing yet. Nothing at all yet. You can see here, even RSBN just has
full of radical left judges.
They just have a split screen going. Has YouTube become communist? No, I think they're opportunists. I think they were working with the government before President Trump got in, and they just haven't changed everything. They're still doing things the way they were doing it back when Biden and Kamala were in. And it's time for them to change. Let's see here. Do you have the right to free speech on YouTube as long as it doesn't offend anybody or leave anyone feeling butthurt? That's pretty much what it is. And that definition is incredibly crazy to have to try and work your way through. Because nobody else has to. And I think that's where a good antitrust suit could really make some difference. Because what you would find offensive or butthurt of what I say, maybe I would turn on one of the liberal stations like I'd be butthurt what you just said. But I don't care. Go ahead and say whatever you want to say about Trump. Go for it. The free market will determine whether people are going to watch or not. And then if the free market determines that, then the ads can run accordingly. But they're like, no, you can't say those kind of things. Yeah. I was considered an essential worker, but my employer did make us workers take the shot. Congratulations. Very much. You guys want to talk about the New York guy. Send Kilmar to the Congo. He should do well there. That's pretty funny. Here, after seeing what goes into the I can't say that word. After seeing what goes into them, I stopped all of them. Mm-hmm. Very, very good. Yep. Sadly, YouTube is a private company, and they can do what they want. Yep. That's just it. So you got to play with the rules. If you rent a property, we're renting airspace basically. Your landlord at any point can tell you to go away. Okay, while President Trump is not coming out yet, let me just see something. What's going on here? Oh, the market is everything's still green. Canada's gonna be hurting. Canada is definitely going to be hurting if he puts this stuff on them. Let's see what else here. 50 states should stop giving driver's license to. I don't know if you can get driver's license in all 50 states. But it's okay to teach children about butt plugs. And you can show that too. They won't even have a problem with that. Barry, do I have the right to free speech on this channel? All right, don't get me started. Free speech, as many people try to define it, is the fact that they'd like to say whatever they want. And you can't. Understand, you cannot say whatever you want anywhere. You cannot go into a courthouse, they'll throw you out. You can't go into a movie theater, they'll throw you out. You can't go into a restaurant, you can't do these things. You just can't do it. And so, yes, there's free speech within the confines of free speech. Meaning I have to watch my speech because of what YouTube feels, and you have to watch your speech according to what like the moderators think. So free speech is basically, what was the definition? The definition of porn was people couldn't tell you what it was, but they tell you, I can tell you, I know it when I see it. And so your free speech, if you were to come on and say blah, 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 the moderators might think it's okay. But if you came on and said that somebody else in the chat was a whatever, no, we don't want people here insulting other people, period. And so, no, you're not going to be able to come in and insult somebody. Is it that hard, though? Think about it. Think about it. Your name is Scott. If I had a problem with you, I would not start a conversation with you and say, hey, Scotty, you are a D-head. No, I don't need to do that. I have a vocabulary. I can say, hey, Scotty, I don't agree with you because of this, this, and this. So if you're telling me that you have to insult somebody in order to get your point across, then you're not exhibiting free speech. You're just being a dick. My doctor got flippant with me after I turned down the flu. Yep, a lot of them did that. Trying to divide and shut us up. Yep, they are. Thank you, Barry, for keeping the chat safe. And that's our obligation here. Our obligation is to make sure we have a safe community, a community where people feel okay to talk to each other. What's built this channel is the ability for people to remember who other people are and create relationships. That's a lot better. Save all the insults for the Democrat Communist Party. You would be showing your ignorance and stupidity. Yeah, and it's like touching the third rail on a what do you call it? The subway, because these mods in here ain't gonna take it. So yeah, go ahead. You might get it posted, but then you're gone. Those who screech about fascism ignore that. See, I can't even say that. Linda, that's okay. It's in your rights to no exactly take that. Even X does. Yeah. It's very tough and things we have to agree with. But my thing has always been, if you can do it on television and if you can say it on TV, why the heck can't you say it here? Crazy. All right, so we are waiting. And he has not come out, not sure why, but we have another company that is going to be, looks like, doing what RFK Jr. wants to do. We got, hold on, let me move this comment so you guys can see this when I come up. I can't believe we're on 4 hours, and I was supposed to do one show. It's Friday, and here we are waiting for President Trump, and you mean tell me he can't come out on time, bro? I am so tired. I am so hungry. In any event, we have this post that now Smuckers has decided to play ball. Smuckers has announced they're removing artificial colors and dyes from their foods. The Maha movement is spreading at a mind-blowing rate. This comes days after Nestle, Kraft Heinz, and General Mills all made the same announcement. So I have a question for you. Because their changes only work if you allow it to work. And so you're like, Barry, what the heck does that mean? Well, if you were to go to the store and buy something that says strawberry jelly on it, and then you look at it, I'm like, that don't look like strawberry jelly. How come it's clear? I want the grape jelly. How come that's clear? So I hope these companies can find some sort of coloring that's natural and, maybe grind up a certain amount of strawberries and put it in there so it kind of looks red. But I'm wondering how people are going to react when they go and pick up their favorite product like Heinz ketchup and it's kind of like light. It don't look red. Whatever that color ends up being. Are you going to be able to get over that? I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know myself. I remember when I was in college, they had this psychology class, and they came out and gave us meals, and the mashed potatoes were purple, and they changed all the colors, and they said, would you eat this? Oh, you asked the wrong person, because I was playing football. I pretty much ate anything they put in front of me. But now I would feel different if I looked at a plate and it was completely unappealing. I don't know. You tell me. Would you eat stuff that didn't have any color to it? That just, or, it just didn't look like what you're used to eating. That would be something to figure out. See, I have a show in the can for tomorrow, and I could use it right now. Oh, wait a second. Is President Trump getting ready to come out? Nope, he's not coming yet. I cannot believe he's still not coming out. My aunt and grandmother canned strawberry jelly all the time as I was growing up. They don't use any dyes and look like strawberry jelly, so you can make strawberry jelly without putting all the crap in it. I trust and believe you are 100% true, because she does right out there. The problem is, what are the companies going to do? Because to do that, it's going to cost more, because they have to use more real stuff. And then if they do that, they're going to have to raise the price. And are you going to pay the higher price for the stuff that is, real strawberries? That's the thing. My mom made her own preserves fresh from strawberries we handpicked. Yep. I remember 20-something years ago they changed the color in the ketchup to green. I think it was for the Grinch. I don't remember. I do remember that. Did you eat it? It'd be kind of crazy. Fruit Loops. What if Fruit Loops don't look loopy anymore? That would be funny. Let me see here. Let me look at this and see if by chance I should show this video, because he's not coming out with them. And I wonder if if they cancel it. Anybody know? Give me a second.
Back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
All right, so we've got movement. They've got the screen up. It's ready to roll, so that usually means within a couple of minutes. But then again, sometimes the screen will sit there like that for 30 minutes or so. So there's no way of telling exactly when he's going to walk out. But at least we have the welcome screen up. We didn't even have that as of like 5 minutes ago. So I got a welcome screen, and it says President Trump participates in a visit with the foreign ministers of the Congo and Rwanda. So we are shortly away from that happening. So as soon as he pops up, I will cut to it and we'll bring it. Ask your store. So the White House Live TV has it will begin shortly. Yep, I'm ready. They need the preservatives for shelf life. Exactly. Let's see what else we got here. Most of the food companies have been making good product in other countries because the bad stuff was banned over there. About time. You can buy Food Diet, and if you don't, and diet, yeah, that's a good question. If you don't like it, you can diet yourself. Yeah, it's crazy. So let me just tell you about tomorrow. Tomorrow, I have a show already in a can. So the show tomorrow is going to be pretty cool. I'll let you know who the congressman is I've been talking about. I've got an interview with Congressman William Timmons of South Carolina. We talked about the big, beautiful bill. Then I got a great interview with Chad Bianca, who's the sheriff out in Riverside, California. We did loved him this March. I wish him the best out there in California. I have an interview with him in a can. And then tomorrow we're also going to dig into Alligator Alcatraz a little bit deeper. And then we'll probably talk about Zohan and see what's going on there. So we've got a whole bunch of stuff for tomorrow. It's already built, so we're good. We're a good day. Let's see what here. But remember the tweet from the Congo president about the minerals? Yes, very good point. You got to wonder at this point, did they cut some sort of a deal because of the fact of all those minerals over there? So that's also possible. Let's see what else is going on. What other kind of news is happening right now? Seems to be a pretty quiet day now that the Supreme Court slapped everybody down. I'm looking at here's Zohar again. Let me show you this. This is from, what's his name? Senator Kennedy. He always has something good to say. So while we're waiting, I will bring this video in, and you can see this from Senator Kennedy. 1 second here. All right. Okay, here we go.
They're trying to make everybody happy. It can't be done. We have cussed and discussed and rediscussed. We need to start voting. Everybody needs to adult real hard, and the jackassery has to stop. I have encouraged John and Mike to tell everyone, look, we're going to start voting tomorrow at noon. If you're not happy, offer an amendment. We'll have a full amendment process. But here's the bottom line. In any legislation of this magnitude, some people are just going to have to settle for a ham and egg sandwich without the ham. That's just the nature of the beast. And I think that if you put everybody to the test and say, look, this is why God made votes, it's time, vote, I think the bill will pass.
All right.
All right. Let's hope so. Let's hope he's got the guys behind him. You know, earlier when the Supreme Court thing came out, and I told you they're going to just regroup and just keep suing. Well, Big Letty, she decides she wants to chime into it, and she says, this is not over. The issue of birthright citizenship was not decided today. SCOTUS remanded to the lower court the authority of federal judges to issue nationwide injunctions. A state attorney general who respects the Constitution is now more important than over. The one thing you have to see with this is these people are going to keep fighting. They're going to keep using lawfare. And I knew it. I knew that wasn't even a hard one to guess. I knew that she was going to continue, or at least one of them was. It's insane. These people just don't care. They got to stop Trump. Everything they do, they've got to stop Trump. And they don't care who is in their way. Not at all. Don't care. We're going to keep trying to fight. Man. Can you imagine living like this? Imagine being so completely you hate Trump that bad that you're willing to do all this stuff. All right, so I got another video for you. This is from Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth talking about today, which is really interesting after they've pulled the LGBTQ stuff out of schools. he decides he's going to post this.
Well, I'm pleased to officially announce that the Department of the Navy is renaming the Fleet Replenishment Oiler, formerly known as the U.S.
They're trying to make
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I hit the wrong button. I'm sitting in here trying to do mission control and get everything done. My bad. Okay, let's finish this.
Well, I'm pleased to officially announce that the Department of the Navy is renaming the Fleet Replenishment Oiler, formerly known as the USNS Harvey Milk, to the USNS Oscar V. Peterson. We are taking the politics out of ship naming. We're not renaming the ship to anything political. This is not about political activists, unlike the previous administration. Instead, we're renaming the ship after a United States Navy Congressional Medal of Honor recipient, as it should be. People want to be proud of the ship they're sailing in. And so we're renaming it after a chief, a Navy chief. That during the Battle of the Coral Sea in May of 1942, Chief Water Tender Peterson led a repair party on the USS Neosho. The ship was severely damaged by Japanese dive bombers, and the entire repair party was either killed or severely wounded. Peterson himself was gravely wounded, yet he managed to single-handedly close the bulkhead stop valves, thereby helping to keep the ship operational. In performing his historic actions and heroic actions, Peterson received additional injuries and burns, which tragically resulted in his death. But his spirit of self-sacrifice and concern for his crewmates was in keeping with the finest traditions of the Navy. And for his heroic actions, Oscar Peterson was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. So I would like to officially welcome the USNS Oscar V. Peterson to the Navy's Vessel Register.
So you know they're going to lose their mind about that. Harvey Milk. And you can look into the history of this guy called Harvey Milk. You can look for yourself and see what he was all about. But now they're going to take that away so that they don't have the ability to do that. So they're going to scream. Don't doubt it for a second here that these people might not do some rioting this weekend if they can put everything together. It's absolutely insane. All right, I'm just searching here and see if I can find stuff in terms of I can bring you while we're waiting. Not a whole lot out there. It seems like the news at this point is kind of... Oh, here's something for you. I just talked about Big Letty. Look at this one. Hakeem Jeffries. We will never surrender in the battle to protect birthright citizenship. Man, it's so funny how these people will do anything except protect Americans. The Supreme Court has recklessly limited the ability of federal courts districts to issue nationwide injunctions. However, the judicial fight to protect birthright citizenship is alive and well. Every child born in the United States is an American citizen. We will not rest until that constitutional right is completely and unequivocally protected, whatever the hell that means. Whatever the hell that means, Hakeem. What are you going to do? God, man, these people are just... They can't stop. There's nothing in their blood that allows them to just do something for Americans. And the lackluster performance by the Republicans just makes it completely worse. They could shut this stuff down and force these people to be, American-based. But they don't want to do that. I hate it. It just drives me absolutely crazy. All right, so I could search for more stuff, but we're all waiting. We're all waiting for President Trump. So I'm going to play some music in the background as we wait for President Trump to come out here, because when I say music, you know what I'm talking about. Not like strong music, but let me put up the welcome screen, and as soon as he comes on, we'll go ahead and bring it to you. All right, here we go. And I'll be back. Oops. That didn't work. Hold on. I'm looking for the song to play in the background. Where'd it go? I thought I had a song in here. Just hold on. Is this it? Hold on. I guess I can't find the music to play behind it. I'm looking for it. I'm trying to find it. Such a pain in the butt here. Alright, so hold on. I'm not going to make you look at a blank screen, so I'm going to try and find the music until he comes out. Where are we? Is this it? This might be it. Hold on. Maybe this will work. Hold on. Hold on.
Days turn into hours till I leave for the first time. I won't lie and say I'm ready. There's so much on my mind. You know I have to answer. I raise my hand to keep you safe. 21's too young to feel this way. I wish you understood. I wish that I could show all the ways I love you before I go. I just wanna say I'm sorry. Your forgiveness that's overdue. You should know I'll always be there. Take this heart as an IOU. Don't know how and don't know when, but I hope I see you again. If I don't, I wanted you to know before I go. Hours turned into years. Really thought I could make it work. We're a little older and maybe wiser, but hurting you still hurts. We've made mistakes and I can't say I gave it my everything. Guess some things just aren't meant to be. I wish you understood. I wish that I could show all the ways I love you before I go. I just wanna say I'm sorry. Give forgiveness that's overdue. You should know I'll always be there. Take this heart as an IOU. Don't know how and don't know when, but I hope I'll see again. If I don't, I wanted you to know before I go. Years turn into minutes till I leave for the last time. Looking back on the beginning, I've lived 1,000 lives. Wipe the tears from your eyes. I'm not afraid to take this step with one last look and my last breath. I just wanna say I'm sorry. Give forgiveness that's overdue. You should know I'll always be there. Take this heart as an IOU. Don't know how and don't know when, but I hope I see you again. If I don't, I wanted you to know before I go.
sunshine at the right time when things look gray. The sunshine is all I need every day. A little drop of sunshine and I feel fine, 'cause the rain can't stop the sunshine. Whoa, whoa, sunshine. Whoa, whoa, little drops of sunshine and I feel fine. Sunshine.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to ask Caroline, who's become very famous, big star, and she has a person who's a colleague of hers, a friend of hers, and that she has a lot of respect for, who comes from the area and knows exactly what's happening. Caroline, could I ask you to say a few words?
Yes, sir. Here we have Haryana, who is from the continent of Africa. She's been a reporter here in the United States for many years, and she has a story to share with the press, with the media, and with these two fantastic leaders who have joined you today. So, Haryana, please.
Why don't you come up here and talk so they can see?
All right.
That'd be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
It's a great honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, as Caroline has mentioned, President, first of all, I want to let you know that I'm the only African reporter accredited here at the White House and I cover for the entire continent. So I just arrived from Congo, Democratic Republic of the Congo, yesterday. I went to see firsthand how the people is feeling and the president's message, President Felix Tshisekedi, about this upcoming peace deal. And let me tell you firsthand what I witnessed myself. I spoke with the people on the street. I spoke with youth. They know your name. They know that our president named President Trump is working hard to finally bring peace to the country. I saw hope. They have hope now for a better day in Congo. They see what you're doing as a future, better future for Congo. And I had opportunity to sit down with President Felix Tshisekedi for an interview because I want to understand his mind, what he's thinking, his feeling about everything that your administration is doing. And he told me firsthand that for many years, many American presidents overlooked this conflict. They didn't do nothing. Even myself, I covered President Biden's administration. I pressed many times about this conflict. People are dying in Congo. This country has so much potential, but they need help because this war is destroying the country.
Right.
They never gave me any answer. And he told me, President Tshisekedi, that you have no idea, he's very thankful for what you're doing, for what your administration is doing. Not only him, the entire Congolese people. They see that finally they will have hope. And President Tshisekedi also mentioned at the end of my interview that when peace finally comes to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, he's thinking to nominate you as a Nobel Prize Peace because he said you deserve, you have been working to bring peace in the world, not only at the Congo, and he's very hopeful to meet you in the future.
That's so nice, boy, and that's so beautifully stated. And Caroline said, number one, she did say, and I shouldn't say this because it's politically incorrect, she said, she's beautiful, and you are beautiful. I'm not allowed to say that, that could be the end of my political career, but I'll say it anyway. But you are beautiful, and you're beautiful inside. So I wish I had more reporters like you. You covered Africa for a long time?
Yes, for over 10 years.
Wow.
I covered even your first administration.
Yes, I know that. That's great. Well, thank you. That's so nice that you said that. Appreciate it.
And I have one more question,
Yes.
Mr. President. Since we know in July or in the future, both President of Rwanda and the Congo will be coming
Yes.
to the United States. In Africa, President John Lorenzo, the president of Angola, he is also the leader of African Union.
Good.
He
Yes, I know.
worked very hard to bring peace, but unfortunately...
Let's get him here.
Yes, that's
Okay?
it.
Would you invite him for me?
Of course.
Okay? No, we'll have. I know that he works very hard, and he's the head of essentially the union. So the union all over Africa, not the kind of union that we have. This is the union all over Africa, and I'd love to have him, so you'll let him know.
Of course,
Okay.
Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good. Now you go back to where you belong, right? That's great. That was a great job. It's real knowledge and real heart, too. Congratulations. Okay. So we're here today to celebrate a glorious triumph, and that's what it is, for the cause of peace. And this is a long time waiting. The signing of a historic peace agreement between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of Rwanda. The conflict has continued, and it's been going on for many, many years. It's been going from, I guess they say 30 years. The Great Lakes region of Africa for a long time, and maybe even a time before that. How is the Great Lakes region? Must be beautiful, right? Beautiful. Beautiful region, but they had a lot of war, right? A lot of fighting, a lot of death. It's displaced countless people and claimed the lives of thousands and thousands. But today, the violence and destruction comes to an end, and the entire region begins a new chapter of hope and opportunity, harmony, prosperity, and peace. That's been a long time waiting. I said, how long has the war been going? And a friend of mine who was very much involved said 30 years, and at least 6 million people were killed during that period of time. It's incredible. And somebody said that was actually, it's the biggest war on the planet since World War II. So it's a shame, but we're going to bring it to an end. I want to express my gratitude and congratulations to the representatives of the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of Rwanda, who signed this pivotal agreement a short time ago. They just signed right in front. And let me also thank Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who has worked very hard on this subject, and we've worked on it together, for his outstanding leadership, as well as Senior Advisor for African and Africa Affairs, Mossad Boulos, who's, as you know, spends a lot of his time in Africa, and he's very comfortable there. I said, were you at all uncomfortable with all of the turmoil and all of the killing? And he said, no, I wasn't uncomfortable, and that's what you need. You need somebody that's going to be able to get. So, Mossad, I want to thank you very much for the job you've done. Amazing guy, actually. I also want to thank African Union, Qatar, Togo, for working closely with the United States. And I know Qatar was really working hard, and African Union, we just spoke about that. And I look forward to having them representatives here when we do the official meeting, and that'll be sometime in July. And we look forward to it. And you better be here covering it, okay? You better, we're not going to stand anybody else covering it but you. But this is a tremendous breakthrough. In a few short months, we've now achieved peace between India and Pakistan, Israel and Iran, and the DRC and Rwanda, and a couple of others also. Serbia, you know, was they were getting ready to go to war with a group I won't even mention because it didn't happen. We were able to stop it, but I have a friend in Serbia, and they said we're going to go to war again. And I won't mention that it's Kosovo, but it's Kosovo. But they were going to have a big time war, and we stopped it. We stopped it because of trade. They want to trade with the United States. I said we don't trade with people that go to war. And we said that also with, if you take a look at Pakistan and India, it was great. They have two great leaders, and they were able to stop. They were in the midst of a big fight, I guess everybody saw, and it was going to get very bad. And they are nuclear nations, very powerful nuclear nations. In the months and years ahead, my administration will continue to work closely with all of the parties in this deal and ensure the agreements are fully taken care of, and you're going to do what's in the agreement. We'll say you better do what's in that agreement, right? Because if somebody fails to do that, bad things happen. But I have a feeling that after 30 years, I think after 30 years you're all set. I think both of you have said that's enough, right? That's enough. Yeah. That's enough. You've seen it all. So this is a wonderful day. It's a great day. We've had some tremendous success. It's been a great week between just coming back from a very successful trip. NATO's really pulled together. They have. They're going to spend over $1 trillion a year. Nobody expected a thing like that to happen. And we had the war, as you know. We call it the 12-day war. It was exactly a 12-day war, and we ended up with no nuclear weapons. That's what we wanted. And they were just absolutely blown to pieces, those 3 sites. And there's no nuclear weapons, and hopefully there can be a lot of healing, and the healing is starting. And it's been a really pretty amazing week, and this is one that I really look forward to. This was set up a few weeks ago, and it was something that I really look forward to. If we can do this, and we do that because we have a certain competence that's good, we're able to get people to be peaceful. I think we can do war better than anybody, but we don't want to. And we have the greatest military in the world. They showed that in Iran. Those pilots, they flew for 36 hours. And think of that, and they hit their target. The size of this desk, half the size of this desk, from about 52,000 feet in the dark of night with no moon, 0 moon. They wanted it that way. Can you believe it? And they hit, every missile hit exactly half the size of this beautiful Resolute desk. We don't want to talk about it when it comes to rockets hitting it, but half the size of this, and they hit dead center from tremendous heights, going at tremendous speeds. It's amazing. Nobody could do a thing like that. Nobody has that weaponry, and nobody could do a thing like that. So we had a very busy and successful week, and in addition to that, our economy is doing great, setting records with the economy, and a lot of other good things happening. But this is about Congo and Rwanda. And I'd like to ask, if I might, would you say a few words before we introduce our guests, please?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes.
So, under your leadership, Mr. President, and the full support of Secretary Rubio and the entire team at the State Department, we engaged with the 2 parties in early April. And within 3 weeks, they signed the Declaration of Principles. And now, within about 2 months from that, we have signed today the final, this is actually the final peace agreement. You know, many people were wondering if this is preliminary. No, this is the actual final peace agreement that they've signed today. You've also expressed interest in inviting the heads of states to the White House for a signing ceremony. So there will be some other additional agreements that will be signed. In addition to this, which will become known as the Washington Accord. with regards to the Great Lakes region.
That's great.
There are some
Why
economic...
not the Trump Accord? I'm only kidding. It'll be headlines. No, I think that's a great name, Washington Accord. Beautiful.
And there's an economic aspect as well that is extremely important for both countries. They have also worked, last week we finalized the regional economic integration framework, which both countries will be signing at the White House here during that ceremony. And
That's going to be a great ceremony.
Absolutely.
Right? We're going to make that a great ceremony and bring other people that were involved, some other people. Besides the gentleman we talked about who we know has worked so hard, if you think there are other people that are deserving, let us know. Okay?
Sure. And there will be some bilateral agreements. We're negotiating a minerals deal with the DRC for critical minerals. Many American companies have shown interest in investing in the DRC, and these we're talking about long-term investments. Same thing with Rwanda. Many American companies have shown interest, and not only in mining, but also in the midstream and downstream, which will be the processing of minerals. We're also working and supporting the Lobito corridor, which will help building the infrastructure. Just 2 days ago, the United States signed, and supported a project of $1.5 billion for electric transmission from Angola to the DRC. And there are many other projects of that nature lined up. So we will be, under the leadership, Mr. President, will be working with the two countries very closely and with the support of Qatar to make sure that this agreement is implemented.
And a lot of our companies are in both of these countries now, especially since we've been getting along so well. It's probably the way we were brought together. And we have a lot of our big companies are there between rare earth and all of the other things that they do in Africa, which is very greatly expanding, especially in these two countries. You have earth, they consider it to be about the best in the world, actually, I've heard. So we're doing a lot of different things, and it's all going to bring everybody together. That's how this all began, I guess. But the big thing is, the big thing for me is there's really only one thing, and that's getting a peace treaty with two countries that have been fighting for 30 years. And I want to thank you all. Will, if you could, you could bring the letters over.
Of course, sir. So in front of you, as you said, sir, these are the actual agreements that were signed respectively by the foreign ministers of the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda earlier today, witnessed by Secretary Rubio. We've also prepared for you two letters. This is to President Paul Kagame of Rwanda, expressing your appreciation and congratulations for everything that's happened already, and of course inviting him to Washington for, as Dr. Bula said, what we hope will be the Washington Accords, finally setting the terms for peace and prosperity in this region, hopefully for a very long time.
That's great. That's beautiful. Very important. We're going to put a picture in there, right? As soon as this is over, they're going to put, we have a fast-moving photographer, Dan, who's going to put a nice picture of us here. Okay. Thank you. That's for you.
And this is a letter to President Tshisekedi of the Democratic Republic of Congo, again congratulating him on settling this long-running war and inviting him to Washington, D.C. for the final conclusion of the agreement, hopefully soon.
That's great. That's right. That's great. You take that pen, and you take that pen.
Thank you very much.
So I'd like to ask JD to say a few words, our great Vice President, and then Marco, and go ahead.
Great. Well, first, let me welcome the foreign ministers of Rwanda and Congo. It's great to have you in the Oval Office. And second, let me say congratulations to the President, Secretary Rubio, the entire team. I think for the people of these two countries, they should know that the United States is committed to the pathway of peace. But to my fellow Americans, this is really a celebratory moment. This is a big moment for our country because under the President's leadership, we've taken what was 30 years of killing and war, the worst war in terms of death count since World War II, and now we're on a pathway to peace. And so if I think about what I know about these two countries, for 30 years, pretty much the entire time that I can remember these two countries being in the news, Much of the story has been about them fighting one another, about them killing one another, and now we can look forward to a future where my children will look at this moment as the beginning of a new story, a story of prosperity and of peace. So thanks to the President, congratulations to the entire team, and to my fellow Americans. We should all be really proud, because it's amazing what active presidential leadership can accomplish when it's geared towards peace and prosperity, and that's what we have in the Oval Office right now. So great job, sir.
Thank you very much, JD and Marco. And then we're going to ask the two principals to speak.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, first of all, thank you. When I first came on this job a few months ago, you made it very clear that what the priority of this administration under your leadership is going to be the pursuit of peace. And from day one, whether it's been in Ukraine and Russia, whether it's been Pakistan, India, whether it's been Iran and Israel, and in the continent of Africa, your priority's been on peace. And today we see this come to fruition. It's sad. Wars get a lot more attention than peace. But peace is harder than war. A lot harder. And I want to congratulate both of the leaders here and their respective presidents for choosing the harder path, which is often peace, than the easier path, which sometimes is war, as costly and as bloody as it may be. And I echo the Vice President's statements, and that is that Americans should be very proud that the #1 voice for peace in the world today is our president, your president. And so thank you, President Trump. And I want to, again, recognize Dr. Boulos and the work he's put into this from day one. He's really put a lot of time and effort, and as our friends from the respective countries can share with us. And last point, I do want to thank, you've done this already, but the African Union, Togo, and Qatar, who have been extraordinary partners and whose help we're going to need to continue to receive in order to bring all this to fruition. So congratulations to both of you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Great job you've done. Do you want to start? Either way. Would you like to start?
Ladies first, maybe.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for having us here. I think I can summarize my contribution in 3 main points. First of all, thank you and congratulations indeed for this remarkable milestone, which is putting an end to 30 years of conflict and of suffering, and which is redefining the perspectives that millions of Congolese and of citizens of the greater Great Lakes region will have. The second point is stay committed, stay on board. We need the United States to make sure that this agreement holds and that you hold us accountable. And the third point is, if you stay on board, I think there are so many perspectives that we can transform our partnerships through, and that can usher in an era of prosperity, of growth, and of shared bilateral relationships that go well beyond the challenges that we've shared together, and that can at least, or finally, focus on the potential and of the wealth that we can share. So again, our heartfelt gratitude to you on my behalf, but more importantly, on behalf of the people of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Thank you so much.
Beautifully spoken, and I look forward to seeing your leader. A highly respected person, as you know, highly respected all over the world, but in Africa in particular. So sometime in July we'll do something, a big ceremony.
We look forward to it.
Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This is indeed a historical day because it's the signing of a peace agreement between Congo and Rwanda to end a conflict that has been going on for 30 years. And there has been many mediation, facilitation in the past, but none of them succeeded. And we believe that it's because of your leadership and your steadfast commitment to this process, with also a new approach of economic integration, regional economic integration, which is important to allow Rwanda and DRC working together, because this is a very rich region with cross-border trade, with minerals, with natural wealth. So with the U.S. Standing side by side with Rwanda and DRC, we believe that we will achieve a long-time peace. And we also believe that, as my colleague from DRC stated, it's important for the United States to stay committed, because today we signed, but now we need to implement what we have signed in order to open this new era you were talking about of prosperity, so that we can reap the economic dividend of peace. So for this economic integration framework to be implemented, it's important for the U.S. to accompany the parties to implement what we have signed, because in the past we have signed so many agreements that were not implemented. And we are really, we believe that with your leadership, with the involvement of the United States administration, we will reach that goal. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Well, this will happen definitely. I can reach over. Do you want to just press them over to me? Let me have them. And I just wanted to give you each. These are your signed agreements. And we'll make sure that you follow through. We'll make sure you follow through.
Yeah.
We'll make sure that you follow through. Okay, that's for you. And we have one other thing that we're going to give, that we give to special people only. It's a coin.
Thank you.
And I hope you do that. I'm going to give you a second one for your leader.
Oh, thank you very much.
These are serious coins. You don't want to lose them. You'll be very. I think that your reporter from Africa should get one. What do you think? Is she allowed? I think yes. Are the reporters okay with it? Brian, yes. Darling, that's for you. Okay. You did a fantastic job.
Thank you,
And I heard you do a great job in covering everything. Thank you.
And Mr. President, we actually have the pictures that you took earlier
Oh,
with
let
the
me
foreign
see that.
ministers here already.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you.
Let me see that.
They're in this folder right here, sir.
Okay, this one?
Yes, sir.
Oh, they look better than me. I don't like it. I don't like it. That's beautiful. It's very good. We have a good photographer. Beautiful. That's great. You better, I'll tell you better do the job here. We're going to come down. It's beautiful. Thank you very much. So we'll put them in. That's for you.
I can do that.
That's for you. And what is it?
For the call.
Yes. Okay. Let's see, we have two of them, I think so. You wouldn't give us one, you would have made a big mistake. Isn't that nice? That's for you. That's for you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And you're all set, and this is for you. You're going to get this. Good. Might as well hold it.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions? No, not Canada. This is about Canada.
Why not? Why not
This
Canada,
is
by the way?
about- Why?
I mean,
Because this is about a different subject.
But
right
you're
now.
ending all.
This is right now actually a much more important subject. We just ended a war that was going on for 30 years where 6 million people died. So don't ask me a trade question on Canada.
Mr. President, Kara Castronova from Lindell TV. Now that your administration, and congratulations, has secured peace in Africa to a bloody, horrific war that's gone on for decades and no other president could do it, do you think the mainstream media will
I
finally...
love her, I'm telling you. But you're right, no other president could do it. They tried and they didn't even try, I don't think. I actually don't think they tried. Do you think Biden tried? He didn't know he was alive.
Do you think the
Go
mainstream
ahead.
media will finally give you credit where credit is due?
No, the media will never give me credit. But the people give me credit. That's why I'm here. The people didn't give me. That's why we're here in a landslide. We got all 7 states. We won the popular vote. So the media won't give me credit, but the people give me credit. That's more important to me.
You're going to go down as a peacemaker. You're also going to go down with the president who had 0 border crossings in May. You secured the border most than anybody has ever done. But I don't know if you know this. You're on track right now to have the lowest murder rate in history in this country, and I think a lot largely go to the fact we closed down the border. But do you want to comment on that? You might go down as the lowest murder rate in U.S. history, President Trump.
I saw that the other day, and it's an honor. I mean, and that's really even better because, we've taken a lot of illegals into the country through the Biden administration that are murderers, 11,888 to be exact. And many of them are now gone. We got rid of them. They're back where they belong. But so it's a great honor. If you took that out, the numbers would be even better. They've created a lot of problems.
You truth socialed earlier about getting money to the air traffic controllers and the big, beautiful bill, which hopefully, praise God, we get this thing signed. What does that mean to that industry that has been suffering the last couple of years, probably a decade of being underfunding, and how that changed the safety of air travel?
Well, they've underfunded the airports for years, and I started the process of getting it completed in terms of the equipment necessary to land the planes, where the planes, like the helicopter accident with the plane, would have never happened if they had the right modern equipment. It would have been bells and whistles would have been going on all over the place. And I had that all set, but when I wasn't here, they totally dropped it. You had a terrible head of transportation. We have a very good one there, Sean Duffy. But you had Buttigieg, and he didn't know a damn thing. He'd ride to work on his bicycle. He didn't know what the hell was going on. He was terrible. So he totally dropped that. It was a project that should have happened, and I was all set. But we had a very sad experience with the voting, and so we didn't get to do that. But now I'm doing it, and we're going to have a great system. And it's funded partially by the bill. It's the initial funding is by the bill, and then it gets to be funded. The rest of it comes a little bit later as we build it out. But we're going to build out the best in the world. We have the best companies in the world. A couple of countries have very good systems. In fact, I noticed when I was landing, my pilot often would use the system of another country. And I said, what are you doing that for? He said, the United States system is so bad. So we have the best companies that do that in the world bidding. You have Raytheon, you have IBM, you have a lot of different companies bidding, and we'll get the best one, the best system for the best price. And they're going to go to town and give us a system that will be better than any other system in the world. And you won't have planes bunking into each other at 35,000 feet.
On the subject of peace deals, how close are you and your administration to a deal in terms of Gaza ceasefire right now?
Often asked, and I think it's close. I just spoke with some of the people involved. It's a terrible situation that's going Gaza. He's asking about, and we think within the next week we're going to get a ceasefire. And we're supplying, as you know, a lot of money and a lot of food to that area because we have to. I mean, you have to. We're in theory not involved in it, but we're involved because people are dying. And I look at those crowds of people that have no food, no anything, and, you know, we're the ones that are getting it there. Some of it's being taken by some bad people, you know, if you give it and you give it out, and they're supposed to be taking care of the people, and they end up stealing the food and selling it. But we have a pretty good system now, but so we're helping with that. You see the lines of people that just get one meal, essentially. But it's too bad. Other countries aren't helping out. Nobody's helping out. We're doing that because I think we have to on a humanitarian basis. Like this, we didn't have to get involved in Africa, but we did because we thought it was. I mean, I've been reading, like J.D. said, he's, you know, from much of his life, he's been just seeing this about this brutal war. And it actually got a lot of publicity because of the level of brutality, right? It was nobody's ever seen anything like it. And to be involved in that, I mean, I consider this the most important of my conferences today. We just had a great Supreme Court victory today, and everybody would say that was big, but, you know, we're talking about saving thousands and probably millions of lives here. This is more important than anything. So it's great, but we're working on Gaza, trying to get it taken care of. And again, you know, a lot of food has been sent there. And other countries throughout the world should be helping also.
And on another conflict that I know you've been working on, sir, is it true that you have reached out with a letter to North Korea's Kim Jong-un?
Well, if there is a conflict, I get along with him very, very well. And we'll get the conflict solved with North Korea. I've had a good relationship with Kim Jong-un, and I've gotten along with him really great, so we'll see what happens. But somebody's saying there's a potential conflict. I think we'll work it out if there is. It wouldn't involve us. But again, we're very far away from a lot of these places that we're solving problems with. But I enjoy doing it. I like doing it, and it's the right thing to do, and we have an ability to get it done. So we're solving things that we didn't have a lot to do with Serbia, Kosovo. I told you, we solved a potential disaster. I can tell you that some of the countries that you're not going to hear about, but some countries that were ready to go to war with their neighbor are not going to go to war with their neighbor, and that's a great thing. We have a number of them. But I'm very happy about India and Pakistan because they actually have nuclear weapons. You know, when you talk about Iran, they were trying to get it, but India has nuclear weapons. Pakistan has nuclear weapons, high-level nuclear weapons both, and getting that solved was
was really great. We did it through trade, so it was a great thing.
Mr. President, when it comes to nuclear weapons, Mr. President, are you concerned that the Iranians may have some enriched uranium at Pickaxe Mountain?
The last thing they're thinking about right now is enriched uranium. They're not thinking about what they want to do is they want to get back to life, and they do want to meet me, and we'll do that quickly. We're going to do it quickly. We'll
They
have a
said
meeting
this morning
soon.
that they don't want to meet with the U.S. Were they telling you something different in private?
They may say that to you. Don't you think they want to meet me? Don't you think we have sanctions on there that they can't do anything? Wouldn't you think that they want to meet me? I mean, they're not stupid people, but they went through a lot, and they suffered, and so did Israel. Israel suffered greatly. It was a nasty 12 days, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
Are you considering sending Patriot missiles to Ukraine? Have you made up your mind about that yet?
Mr. President, there are a few unanswered questions that remain in this deal. For example, will Rwandan on this conflict? For example, will Rwandan troops pull back from parts of the DR Congo, and also will the M23 rebel group be allowed to remain in parts of eastern DR Congo? Do you have any answer to those questions?
Let me ask you that question. You want to answer that one? It sounds like an interesting question for you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. In the agreement we signed, we have taken the concept of operation for the neutralization of the FDLR, which is a vicious genocidal movement, and the lifting of Rwandan defensive measures. So this was already signed last year in November, so we will implement it. This concept of operation to do both things, to neutralize this movement, which has been destabilizing Rwanda for many years, and to lift our defensive measures. As for the M23, in agreement also, we have decided to rely on the Doha talks, because there are currently talks between the AFC M23 and the DRC government to have a peace deal also that will complement the Washington peace agreement. So both things are taken care of.
Thank you. Mr. President, will the United States be enforcing this agreement or taking a role in it?
We're working with them to get it enforced. They can enforce their own agreement, but we'll be putting a lot of pressure on to make sure it gets enforced. The two people in this room are very, very capable people, and they'll get it done. I think they'll get it done. They love their. One thing I learned very quickly is how much you love your country, and you want to get it done. And they know it has to get done, otherwise bad things happen. But I think we're well beyond that. Other presidents should have done what I'm doing right now. They never did it. I don't think they ever tried. I don't think it's like they couldn't do it. I don't think they ever tried. And if they did, they wouldn't be able to do it anyway.
On the
Mr.
President,
President,
yes.
yes, thank you. Mr. President, can you share with us what can happen if one of the parts violate this peace agreement? Because we don't want war to come back to DRC.
I'd rather not say. I would just say that there are big penalties if they violate, and they're not going to. I don't think they will violate. I think they mean it, but we have very severe penalties, financial and otherwise. Okay.
Mr. President, we can circle back to your Truth Social post on Canada specifically. Why are you deciding to end trade talks with Canada, and what rate are you looking to set?
So Canada put a charge on some of our companies, and Canada's been a very difficult country to deal with over the years. We hear Canada, we have a great relationship with the people of Canada, but it's been very difficult, and they put a charge, and they were a little bit early, we found out about it. So, and we have all the cards, we have every single one. We don't want to do anything bad, but they have, economically, we have such power over Canada. I'd rather not use it, but they did something with our tech companies today trying to copy Europe. They copied Europe. It's not going to work out well for Europe either, and it's not going to work out well for Canada. They were foolish to do it. So I said we're going to stop all negotiations with Canada right now until they straighten out their act.
Is there anything Canada can do to change your mind about this situation?
Well, no, they put a tax on companies that were American companies that they shouldn't, very severe tax. And yeah, I guess they could remove it. They will, but I don't really, it doesn't matter to me. We have all the cards. We have all the cards. We do a lot of business with Canada, but relatively little. They do most of their businesses with us. And when you have that circumstance, you treat people better. They've had farmers that are getting like 300, 400, 200% in tariffs. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We have cases, you don't read this and the people don't report, but
They charge us 400% on some dairy products. 400%. Nobody writes that. It's not fair to our farmers, and we've got to protect our farmers.
Mr. President, you mentioned how much of a rate cut it would do to the interest on the debt. Earlier today, Director Pulte was on CNBC talking about how he suggested Powell should resign. Any comments on whether or not Powell should step down? I know you've been pretty
I
critical.
don't have a comment. I'd love him to resign if he wanted to. He's done a lousy job. Look, if you were there, you'd say, well, you know, the United States is doing well. They have no inflation. And if they do get inflation in a year or two, we'll start raising the rates. We'll get rid of the inflation, and do other things. Biden had the worst inflation in the history of our country. 19%, but I think it was much higher than that. Frankly, they say 19%. I think it's a lot higher than that. And we have almost no inflation now. We've done a great job in a short period of time. Energy prices are way down. Gasoline now is down to close to $2 in a lot of places. A couple of places I see it even broke. It's like $1.98 a gallon. We've done a great job on inflation and honestly, pretty much everything else. I think it's very sad the way people act. You have a guy in there that with the stroke of a pen could lower interest rates and save us hundreds of billions of dollars a year. But he's a stupid person. It's very interesting. I'm not sure if he doesn't understand it, because he should be able to understand it. It's sort of 101 economics, but I'm not sure of that. But think of it, with the stroke of a pen, he talks about costs. We can save $600 billion, maybe even, these are nice numbers for you, right? $900 billion, $950 billion by lowering interest rates. And it's really just more of a paper movement. It's not like you're not cutting anything, you're not cutting jobs. It's just interest rates. And we're number 40 or 44, number 45. Some places that you wouldn't believe that, I don't want to be disparaging, but they pay a lower interest rate than the United States of America. And without us, everything blows up. We sort of control the world in that sense. But we have a guy that's just a stubborn mule and a stupid person that is making a big mistake. He's making a mistake. And it lasts for years, because when you do the debt, now, I've instructed my people not to do any debt beyond 9 months or so. Get this guy out. And whoever is in there will lower rates. If I think somebody's going to keep the rates where they are or whatever, I'm not going to put them in. I'm going to put somebody that wants to cut rates. There are a lot of them out there. And I said this morning, a lot of the business shows today were saying, Trump is right. He should be cutting rates. Think of it. We have a great country. We're making a lot of money. We're taking in billions of dollars in tariffs. We have $15 trillion of money that wants to be invested here, which is a record. In 2 months, it breaks any record that we've ever had for a whole year, and not even close. 15 trillion, and it's going to be much higher than that. That's after essentially 2 months, because, we've been doing it for about 2 months, 2.5 months. $15 trillion breaks every record in the book. There's never been anything like this. We have factories moving in. We have car plants moving in. We have everyone wants to be part of the United States. And as I told you, and I say it to everybody, when I was in the Middle East, the King of Saudi Arabia and Qatar and UAE, all great leaders. They have all great leaders. All three of them said, you got the hottest country in the world, and you did it in, at that time I was there for 4 months, because we got back a little while ago. But everybody says it, not only them. We have the hottest country in the world right now. The only thing is we have a Fed chairman that is, he doesn't get it. And you could have substantially low. Like if we cut him 2 points, would save more than think of it, more than $600 billion just because you cut. But you can't go out to the market and say, well, we have a guy that's got us at 4% or 4.5%, and we want to pay 2% or 1%. I think we should be paying 1% right now. And we're paying more because we have a guy who's, suffers from, I think, Trump derangement syndrome, if you want to know the truth. But he's not good for our country.
Did you push for the president President of
banking.
UVA, did you push for the president?
Not you.
A related question on banking. There have been reports, Mr. President, that your administration is considering issuing an executive order about debanking, which is the practice of banks denying services based on people's political beliefs or industries such as crypto, people involved in that. Would you be open or interested to sign such an executive order targeting debanking, and what might
Well,
that
I think
look like?
the debankers, I think that banks, I can tell you because I've been a victim myself, because of my politics, that big banks were very nasty to us. And I actually think it was Biden's people that told them to be, because the one group of people the banks are afraid of are the regulators. They are petrified of the regulators. And I've seen the biggest banker. I can tell you, you see him on television all the time. If a regulator walked into the room, he gets all nervous and crazy. They're afraid of the regulators. And if the Biden people order the banks to be virtually closed, they can do anything they want. The regulators control the banks. It's not the president of the bank. The president of the bank is far less important to a bank than a regulator. And a regulator can put that bank out of business, just like bad prosecutors are very dangerous. You know, we had a couple. I had deranged Jack Smith and some others. And we kicked their ass. But it was, you know, it's a tough kind of a situation. Prosecutors are very dangerous. A great prosecutor is an amazing asset for a country. But a corrupt prosecutor, a bad prosecutor is very bad. Well, the regulators are the same thing. And when they tell the regulator to go and make life impossible for big banks or little banks, they really control it. So there is a lot of debanking, and they call it debanking, call it a lot of different names. Essentially, they make it impossible to do business. And those people are very bad and very dangerous, and they shouldn't be doing it.
Mr. President, could you please explain how taxes would go up by 68% if the bill isn't passed? Where does that number come from?
Well, it comes from the fact that you have automatically the Trump cuts, which were the biggest cuts that we've ever had. Now, these cuts are even bigger. But from the last administration, we had the Trump cuts. It was a 5-year deal, and it comes due. When you add that to the cuts that you already have and other things, it amounts, according to what they tell me, about 68%. That would mean you'd have a tax, so that you know that the tax cuts that they got, the biggest tax cuts in our history, would immediately go up to that level. And that alone is a big chunk of the 68%. And then you have the other taxes that would accumulate. And they say that you'd have about a 68% tax increase.
Sir, you said a moment ago that it won't work out very well for Europe on trade. Does that mean you want to cut off those negotiations as well and just tell them what they should be paying?
They've been very tough. The European Union was formed in order to take advantage of the United States on trade. That was why they were formed. And they're nasty. They're very nasty. We have a good relationship. I'm dealing with Ursula right now and the group. But it's a very tough situation. They have been unbelievably bad to us. If you look at past precedents, they've treated them very badly. They're being very nice to me because I get it. I know the system, and we have the cards. We have the cards far more than they do, and they have not treated us well. And they're coming to us right now. You know, I said I was going to put on a 50% tariff. As soon as I said that, I put it out on Truth. As soon as I said that, they came to the table. They didn't want to come to the table. My people were telling me, Scott was telling me, and the whole group was telling me that not a good situation. They want to tap it down the line. They don't want to really deal. So I said, we're going to put a 50% tariff on you. And Howard, as you know, was very much involved, Lutnick, Commerce. And he said, they don't want to talk. As soon as I put that on, I was getting calls from them like, can we meet tomorrow? And the problem is they have a lot of very unfair taxes. They have a lot of taxes that you wouldn't put on, and they sue all our companies. They're constantly suing Apple and Google and all of these companies, and getting in front of judges that essentially almost work for them. I guess they do work for them. They're European Union judges, and they're getting these crazy rewards. Apple was fined $17 billion, and others are being fined tremendous numbers of dollars. They're nasty people. And I don't want them affecting U.S. companies. I don't want that. If anybody's going to affect a U.S. company, I want it to be us. And if they're going to have to pay a penalty or a fine, let it be to us. So they've done this for a long time, for years. But they're very nasty. The European Union's very nasty. There's no question. But they'll learn not to be so nasty very soon. They know that. They know it's coming.
Vladimir Putin reached out to you to help you with the Iran crisis.
Well, he made some nice statements today. Did you see the statement?
I saw the statement.
Very nice. Vladimir Putin made some very nice statements today. Look, he respects our country again. He didn't respect it a year ago, I can tell you right now. But Putin respects our country. And President Xi of China respects our country. And Kim Jong-un they respect our country again. We were not a country that was respected just a year ago. We had a president that was incompetent. We had bad people circulating around this desk, this beautiful Resolute desk. They had, I guess, evil intentions. You couldn't be that stupid. I mean, they had evil intentions. But the world respects our country again. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Outright this story. Thanks, guys. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Let's go. Start going. Thanks, guys. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, end of the day here. Yeah, I woke up there. I'm done. I got nothing left. We're going to be at like 5.5 hours here in a second. So let me go ahead and address the super chats and then go see my wife and my dogs and go have some dinner, take a shower, jump in the pool. Maybe not in that order, but damn, what a long day. But it was a great day. Great day for America. Great day for America. All right, let me do the super chat. Why is this thing still showing comments? Oh, I know why. I have to do this and refresh and then turn it down. Whew. You ever get to that point where you just want to go to sleep? You just want to go to bed. Please let me go to bed. All right, so job for 9. Hello to the Fanfare family. Hello to you. Yes, winning as well. That bill is going to get passed. No stopping our protest. Yeah, but what's it going to look like when it gets passed? Demon of Cybertron, breaking district judge denies SCOTUS. You're right. Yeah, that's funny, but not funny. AF Amy, what do we got here? Yep, I got you, SV. Good job, but there's still a lot to do. You're exactly right. Toby, thank you, thank you. Mark of reality, we need the elected president of the Senate to get involved and take care of some unelected bureaucrats, i.e. Senate parliamentarian. B. Mark, we won. Wow, thank you. Jesus, prayer works. Yes, it does. Hello, Tommy. Hope you're feeling better. It says, I sat in ER in San Antonio Medical Center, in 2004, in full body cast and waited 14 hours while over 120 Hispanic women, 9 months pregnant, sat waiting to... Wow. Judy, love your show, Barry, in the Fanfare family. Thank you very much. Tommy, again, not crying either. There's something in my eye. Yeah, he's talking about that commemoration of those veterans. It was amazing. Can't believe nobody showed that. Sydney Hunter, a 17-year-old Vietnam-era vet, a 51-year Christian. Yesterday, I made a confused comment about MAGA from watching other shows. Jesus never ridiculed, which is how I felt afterwards. I forgive you. Me? Max's granny. Barry got a Trump blanket today. Thank you so much for your help, you and your family, and the mods rock. What you didn't see is behind the camera. Well, you didn't see it because while this was showing and while the other one was showing, Robin was out there shipping. So glad you got it. Tommy again. I trained pilots at Dade Collier Airport. Interesting. You ever been out there in the swamps down here in Collier County? Vassal, we love you, Barry. Love you, Vassal. Pat Shiffett, thank you. Tommy again. Did you see the size of Marco's hands? They are huge for his size. I wasn't focusing on Marco's hands. I'm sorry, Tommy. And Ziggy Free, what was the name of the first song you played before Trump spoke last? I don't know. I'm going to have to look that up because I'm not sure which song it was. But I will look it up and have it. It's because I get music from a couple different sources, and then I compiled that video, so I would have to get that song for you. And then before we go, SV has told me there's a couple rumbles that I have to acknowledge, so let me go ahead and do that. And here we go with this. Make it smaller so I can get it into the screen. Hold on, where is it? All right, there it is. This is from somebody named Jenks50. You love what you do and it shows. Thank you for you and your team's hard work. This family rocks. Thank you very much. Yes, I do love it. I don't even consider this working. People have asked me, are you going to retire? I'm like, I am retired. I'm doing what I want, when I want, how I want, and I'm not worried about anything. And so it's fun. And those of you know, I've said many times that things that aren't fun, I don't do it. It's just that simple. So I'm here. That means I'm having fun. And I'm going to have more fun when I get up out of here and get in the pool and get some zen and just chill, and then go have some sushi for dinner and look at my wife's face and look at her eyes. Yeah, I'm done for the night. But I'll be back tomorrow, 3 p.m. Got a whole bunch of stuff already in the can to show you. So 3 p.m. tomorrow, set your clocks. We'll be here. And the only thing that may happen tonight, I may post a something from the feed, depending on what's available and what's going on. If not, then nothing. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. What a day. Before I play the after party, I think this is warranted.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.